Chapter 2244. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu went to the yellow-robed woman's house to look for her. "Did you find Huan Bai?" The yellow-robed woman simply wiped her face with water. Even without any makeup, her beauty could not be hidden. "No." Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. "I finally understand what it means to say, hibiscus grows in clear water, and nature carves." The yellow-robed woman frowned, obviously dissatisfied with his glib tongue. "You seem to be in a good mood. You must have found something." "This time, I came to invite you to find the culprit." Song Qingshu's eyes were inexplicably complicated. "Who is the culprit?" The yellow-robed woman immediately became spirited. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Haste makes waste. You will know when you come with me." Seeing that he deliberately kept her in suspense, the yellow-robed woman could not help but grit her teeth, but she could only suppress her doubts and follow him. "Why did you take me out of the city?" The yellow-robed woman's face was a little pale. Now they were outside the west gate of Xingqing Prefecture. If she was not skilled in martial arts, she might be worried that the culprit would trick her into going to a deserted place to rape her. "Too many things have happened in the city these days, disturbing your mood. Why don't you sit down and have some tea and enjoy the scenery of the northwest?" Song Qingshu led her to a tea-house near the city gate and said while pouring tea for her. After walking for so long, the yellow-robed woman was really thirsty. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, but she could not help but frown and put down the teacup again. She was born in the royal family, so whether in Skywave Prefecture or Jianshan Academy, the tea she drank was superior. The tea in a roadside tea-house in the bitter cold northwest could not be better. She said, "I did not come with you to drink tea. Where is the culprit?" "The culprit is not here." Song Qingshu enjoyed the taste of this coarse tea. He was not a noble who grew up in luxury, so this kind of tea made him feel a sense of familiarity and nostalgia. "Are you making fun of me?" The yellow-robed woman's eyelids twitched. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was becoming more and more annoying, and he was becoming more and more like a bastard in her memory. "How would I dare to fool around with a girl? The murderer isn't here now, but that doesn't mean he won't be here later. What we need to do now is wait patiently." Noticing that the yellow-robed woman's anxiety was completely different from her usual calm demeanor, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He knew it from the time she went to the Jin Kingdom's laundry yard to save her sisters who had fallen into poverty. She could be calm in other matters, but every time it was related to her sisters, she could not stay calm. "Wait," the yellow-robed woman said in confusion, "why don't you just tell me and I'll go and catch him? Why are we wasting our time here? It won't work if I say it." Song Qingshu shook his finger. "Miss usually has a good temperament. You can't even wait for this little bit of time, right?" The yellow-robed woman bit her lips. "Okay, I'll wait with you. If it turns out that you lied to me, I'll beat you up." Song Qingshu couldn't help saying, "You're so fierce. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future." The yellow-robed woman seemed to be reminded of something sad, and her face instantly sank. "What does it have to do with you whether I get married or not? If you dare to talk too much, I'll tell Baochai that you flirted with me." Seeing that her face was not good, Song Qingshu wisely closed his mouth and no longer added fuel to the fire. After waiting for more than 2 hours, suddenly a group of people came out of the city gate. The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but be stunned. "Why did the Tubo envoy leave?" Song Qingshu said, "I just got the news. It seems that there is something wrong with the old Zanpu, so the Tubo envoy hurried back. You also know that the old emperor is critically ill, and the new emperor is outside, which is the most dangerous thing. Compared with the position of Zanpu, the matter of the princess is not a big deal. This is outrageous. Are they going to let Jincheng be wronged like this and go to the underworld with a lifetime of hatred?" The yellow-robed woman slammed the table and stood up. She was going to find Zanpu to settle the score. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her back. "Don't be impulsive. Be careful of alerting the enemy. Do you mean that the murderer is in their envoy? The yellow-robed woman immediately caught the meaning of his words. Song Qingshu didn't answer, but got up and said, "Now we need to go to a high point to observe. Take me to the top of that big tree." Originally, the city tower was the best point of observation, but the city tower was too big and a little far. It was more hidden on the top of the tree. The yellow-robed woman hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. She grabbed his shoulder and gently jumped to the highest tree nearby. Song Qingshu had to sigh that sometimes pretending to be weak also had many benefits. For example, being held so intimately by a beautiful woman, smelling the delicate fragrance of a young girl, feeling the young and soft body of a young girl, was really difficult to achieve in other times. "Don't come so close to me," the yellow-robed woman said a little uncomfortably. Song Qingshu looked innocent. "It's so high, I'm afraid I'll fall." The yellow-robed woman frowned. She was about to get angry, but she thought of the important matter and restrained herself. "What do you want to observe?" Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he began to focus on the scene. The yellow-robed woman noticed that he wasn't looking in the direction of the Tubo envoy, but the onlookers along the way. Could he see clearly from so far away? The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but feel a little confused. It should be known that with her power, she couldn't see clearly from a distance. Was he pretending to look around, or was he really observing? Found it! Song Qingshu's eyes were so sharp that he finally found the target. At this time, in the crowd, a figure watched the Tubo convoy gradually go away. Finally, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped because there were already two people standing in front of him. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Where do you plan to go?" That person's expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his head and pretended not to understand. He wanted to leave from the side, but was grabbed by the yellow-robed woman. "I want to see who exactly you are." As she spoke, she pulled off the scarf that was covering his face. When she saw the other person's appearance, she was immediately dumbfounded. How can it be you?" Although the person in front of her was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, it still couldn't hide her graceful figure. Her skin was fair, and one look was enough to tell that she didn't do rough work. Her eyebrows were beautiful and dignified. Impressively, she was the already dead Princess of Jincheng. Princess of Jincheng sighed. "How exactly did you find me?" At this time, not to mention her, even the yellow-robed woman was puzzled. She turned her head to look at Song Qingshu. "What exactly is going on?" Song Qingshu said, "This morning, I first went to the Tubo embassy. I originally wanted to persuade them to pretend to leave, but I didn't expect that they would really leave after receiving the news that Zanpu was seriously ill. So, I took advantage of the situation and asked the people from Class 1 Hall to spread the news of their departure in the city. In fact, it was to let you, who was hiding in the dark, know. As expected, you had to personally confirm that the Tubo envoy had left before you could finally be at ease." Chapter 2245. In fact, when I first saw that the corpse's face was destroyed, I was a little suspicious. Although I could explain it by saying that you lost control of your emotions after being humiliated and were too ashamed to face others, it would still make people think that you were the mastermind. But I still didn't think that you were the mastermind. Instead, I suspected that you were replaced and captured, Song Qingshu answered. But later, Miss Yang confirmed that it was your will, so I overturned this guess. After all, it's easy to capture you, but it's almost impossible to make you write such a will willingly. He paused for a moment and said, "Some time ago, you asked me to tell Miss Yang and the others to come and accompany you more. I believe that you want them to be able to recognize your notes in the future, right?" Princess Jincheng did not deny it. "Everyone says that you are the most ignorant and incompetent child in Lin and City, but I think you are very smart." The reason why we were suspicious is that we couldn't find the servant girl, Huan Bai. Song Qingshu continued, you must know that nowadays, we need to have a travel permit issued by the government to stay in the city. The embassies of various countries and the mansions of the nobles in the city are all monitored by Class 1 Hall's spies. Besides, they have issued a bounty for her arrest. Huan Bai is a slave, she doesn't have a travel permit, and she is also a stranger from a foreign land. How could she escape from the search? But we just can't find her, so there is only one possibility. She is already dead, or she doesn't exist at all. How can she not exist? We even talked to Huan Bai in the Tubo guesthouse. The yellow-robed woman was a little puzzled. That Huan Bai is probably the princess in disguise, right? Song Qingshu cast a deep glance at Princess Jinqing. And the princess who hanged herself is probably the real Huan Bai. The yellow-robed woman hurriedly said, but we have all seen Huan Bai, and the princess doesn't know how to change her appearance. Suddenly, she stopped talking and thought of a terrifying guess. What if we just take off Huan Bai's face? Song Qingshu's tone was a little cold. Didn't the person who hanged herself have a bloody face? At that time, he was so shocked that the princess committed suicide that he did not pay too much attention to the appearance of a maidservant. Otherwise, if he looked carefully, he would have been able to see the flaws. Among the entire Tubo envoys, you and Huan Bai have the fairest skin. That's why no one noticed anything wrong after exchanging identities. Song Qingshu looked at the quiet and delicate woman in front of him. It was really difficult to associate her with the crazy murderer. After all, the human skin mask can't last long. After 2 days, it's easy to reveal the flaw, so you quickly chose to disappear. Huan Bai is a servant, so she doesn't have a travel permit. You, on the other hand, are different. With your status, it wouldn't be difficult for you to get an official travel permit. Furthermore, the wanted poster has Huan Bai's portrait on it. Even if we turn the entire Xingqing manor upside down, we still wouldn't be able to catch you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh that the other party's plan was flawless. Only when they couldn't find Huan Bai after searching the mountains and searching the seas did they give themselves away. In reality, all of this was reminded by Madame Jeanne. She was different from them, who were on good terms with the princess of Jincheng. She would not subconsciously exclude the princess from the beginning, so she immediately proposed another line of thought and speculation. Song Qingshu thought along her suggestion and realized that everything could be explained. It just happened to confirm the saying, eliminate all the impossible. No matter how unbelievable the remaining thing was, it was still the truth. Is it really like this? The yellow-robed girl looked at her sister in disbelief. The princess of Jincheng's expression was indifferent. Although there are some small differences, it is generally as Baoyu said. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, I've always thought that the princess is a gentle, elegant, and kind woman. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless and cruel. I heard that Huan Bai grew up with you and even accompanied you to marry into a foreign land. How could you be so vicious? What do you know? The princess of Jincheng suddenly became agitated. It was Huan Bai who betrayed me first. Song Qingshu and the yellow-robed girl looked at each other and suddenly remembered the confession of the Dian Song twin swords. It seemed that they had indeed bribed Huan Bai. The princess of Jincheng continued, that day, I accidentally discovered that Huan Bai had sneakily drugged my tea. I quietly swapped my tea with hers and watched coldly from the sidelines. Only then did I find out about their ruthless plot. Thus, I beat them at their own game. That's how all of this happened. The yellow-robed girl couldn't help but say, you could have exposed all of this. Why did you do so much and take such a big risk? One can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? The princess of Jincheng bit her lip. This time, I was lucky to see through their plot. What if I don't discover it next time? What kind of tragic end will await me then? The yellow-robed girl understood that what she said made sense. For example, this time, if she really fell for it, it could be said that her reputation would be ruined and her life would be worse than death. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "That's not right. From the details at the end, you prepared many things in advance. For example, you asked Miss Yang to practice calligraphy and the identity travel permit. It was not an impromptu decision. Those were indeed what I had been preparing all along." Unexpectedly, the Princess of Jincheng admitted directly, "I married far away at a young age in Tubo. Tubo is bitter and barren, far from the customs of the great Song. I can bear it, but the Tubo people retain the custom of replacing the younger brother and replacing the father after the death of the father. There, women are just a kind of resource that can be inherited." As Zan Pu's health worsened, Zhong Zan's desire became more and more undisguised. "He had openly molested me several times. I have been well educated since I was young, so how can I bear this kind of barbaric custom? I really can't bear the thought of not only remarrying, but also marrying my nominal son. Thus, I have been secretly plotting. This time, I discovered the plot of Si Siluo and the others to bribe Huan Bai, so I pushed the boat with the current and wanted to use this opportunity to completely escape from the abyss of suffering. I have said what I need to say. Are you planning to arrest me and bring me to justice?" The Princess of Jincheng's tone was exceptionally calm, as if she had already expected the consequences of failure from the beginning when she decided to do this. The yellow-shirted woman's expression changed. Finally, she pulled Song Qingshu aside and said, "I want to ask you for a favor." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "It's really rare that you actually have a favor to ask of me." Seeing that he was still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain, the yellow-shirted woman wanted to beat him up. However, she still knew that business was more important. "Can you not make today's matter public? Are you planning to cover up for her?" Song Qingshu's expression was a little playful. She didn't do anything wrong in the first place. So what if she exposed everything? Are you going to watch her go back and marry that disgusting fatty Zhongzhan? The yellow-shirted woman was also a little agitated. She was sent here for marriage at such a young age. She has sacrificed enough. I don't want to see her have an extremely miserable ending. Song Qingshu pondered. Speaking of which, the Princess of Jincheng didn't hurt anyone. The only one was Huan Bai, who betrayed her master. In this society, it was a taboo for a servant to betray her master. Killing her would be in line with the laws of any country. The rest of the matter was done by Si Siluo, and she was just taking advantage of the situation. After all, this matter is very important. Song Qingshu was about to change the topic, but who knew that the yellow-shirted woman thought that he didn't agree. She immediately became anxious. "As long as you help me hide this matter, I can promise to do one thing for you." Chapter 2246. Of course it's true. Seeing the other person's eyes light up, the yellow-robed girl became angry. However, she had a favor to ask, so she could only restrain herself. "Can I do anything?" Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but wander around her body. "What do you want?" The yellow-robed girl's eyes carried a dangerous glint. "I'll tell you when I think about it. Don't worry, it's definitely not as dirty as you think." After receiving the promise of a beautiful girl, his depressed mood couldn't help but relax. After the two finished their discussion, they walked over to Princess Jincheng together. The yellow-robed girl said, "You have no choice. Come with us to the diplomatic mission so that we can take care of you." Princess Jincheng shook her head and refused. "There are many people in the diplomatic mission. My identity can easily be exposed. It will cause a huge uproar. My existence will bring shame to the two countries. The court won't ignore it. What will you do then? Moreover, it wasn't easy for me to obtain freedom. I really don't want to take any more risk." The yellow-robed girl bit her lip. She wanted to persuade her, but she knew that the other person's worries were not unreasonable. She couldn't persuade her. After a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. "But the situation is so chaotic now. If you don't go to the diplomatic mission, I'm worried that no one will take care of you. Don't worry. I've already mentally prepared myself. Now that I've obtained freedom, every breath of air seems to carry sweetness. This little difficulty is nothing. Princess Jincheng's face was brimming with happiness. Like a canary that had escaped from its cage, she looked forward to the future of freedom. Seeing that she had made up her mind, the yellow-robed girl couldn't persuade her anymore. The two chatted for a while before Princess Jincheng floated away. Looking at her departing figure, the yellow-robed girl couldn't help but sigh. She sacrificed her happiness for the country and has been lonely all these years. Now that she can completely obtain freedom, it can be considered a good thing. However, Song Qingshu said, "You people are used to living in luxury since you were young. You want freedom, but when you really have freedom, you will miss the luxury of the past." All these years, Princess Jincheng even had someone to serve her tea. I don't think she can get used to living by herself. The yellow-robed woman was taken aback. She could not help but turn her head to look at him in surprise. "I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me without blinking, right?" Song Qingshu said with a shy expression. The yellow-robed woman spat. "I suddenly realize that you're not as much of an idiot as I thought you were. Your thoughts and opinions are quite profound." Song Qingshu said proudly, "Of course. Who knew that the yellow-robed woman would immediately sneer, but didn't you also grow up in luxury?" Saying all this is just making a fuss. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that with Jia Baoyu's current identity, these words were indeed unconvincing. "Let's go back first. Remember what you promised. Don't let it slip when the time comes," the yellow-robed woman reminded. "Don't worry." As Song Qingshu spoke, he could not help but look in the direction that Princess Jincheng had left in. It was a chaotic time. Was it really reassuring for a beautiful woman like her to travel alone? After Princess Jincheng left Xingqing Manor, she happily headed southeast. Ever since she was young, her delicate shoulders had always borne all kinds of responsibilities. Now that she was finally free from all of this, she could live for herself for the first time. This feeling was really good. However, no matter how excited she could not surpass the objective limits of her physical strength. After walking for almost 10 li, she felt that her feet were not her own anymore. She looked up and saw a rundown temple nearby. Princess Jincheng decided to rest her feet. She took off her shoes and socks and looked at her red feet. Princess Jincheng could not help but miss the times when there were carriages and palanquins everywhere. At that time, she could call a servant girl to bring hot water for her to soak in to relieve her fatigue. However, this thought only flashed by. Compared to freedom, what was this? Jinsha Chinese. After walking for a while, she felt a little hungry. She took out the pastries that she had prepared from her bag. She had made ample preparations for this day. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Princess Jincheng looked up and saw 4 or 5 people in ragged clothes staring at the pastries in her hands and salivating. It was clear that these people had been sleeping behind the rundown temple and had been attracted by the fragrance of the pastries. Princess Jincheng noticed that these people were emaciated. It was obvious that they had been starving for many days. Princess Jincheng was kind-hearted. She raised her hand and gently said, "Take these pastries and eat them." "Thank you." The eyes of the group lit up when they heard this. They all rushed to grab the pastries from her hands. Princess Jincheng quickly retracted her hand. She had never been so close to a man in her life. Just now, those people almost touched her hand. However, seeing their stomachs rumbling, Princess Jincheng could not bear to blame them. Instead, she sympathized with them. In this chaotic world, who knew how many people were suffering like this? "Don't worry, there's more here." Princess Jincheng quickly opened her luggage. In order to escape from the confinement this time, she had prepared a lot of dry food and travel expenses. These refugees were too pitiful. She distributed the dry food to them first and then went to the next town to buy more. "Thank you, little lady. You are really a living Buddha." The group of people hurriedly stuffed food into their mouth. As they swallowed, they spoke in a muffled voice. Their eyes glanced at her luggage from time to time. When she opened her bag, there seemed to be a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry inside. A tinge of pink flashed across Princess Jincheng's fair face. She said guiltily, "You are exaggerating. How can I be considered a living bodhisattva?" She thought of her maid. Although she had wronged her first, the two of them had been master and servant for so many years. In the end, they ended up like this. Princess Jincheng felt quite guilty. After those people wolfed down the food, they looked at her fair and beautiful face and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come out alone?" "My brother went to scout ahead. He will be back in a while." Princess Jincheng was not stupid. She kept an eye out when she was outside. "Little lady, you must be from a wealthy family, right?" someone asked with a smile. Princess Jincheng was startled. "Why do you say that?" She was wearing coarse hemp clothes. She should not be any different from an ordinary peasant woman. The young lady's skin is so soft and tender, her skin is so white, and her body also smells so good. We have never seen such a beautiful person by our side. The few people began to talk at once. Princess Jincheng frowned slightly. She was not used to being judged by a group of strangers like this. It felt very strange. "You guys continue eating. I will leave first." Princess Jincheng got up and was about to leave. Who knew that a few figures would suddenly block her way? Those people were blocking the door. "Didn't you want to wait for brother here? Why are you leaving so soon?" Princess Jincheng's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "I will go outside to find him." Someone laughed. "I don't think he is a biological brother. He should be a love brother. From the looks of it, she must have eloped with a love brother." Chapter 2247. Princess Jincheng's face turned cold. "What do you mean?" She was born into the royal family and later married into the Tubo Empire. It could be said that she had been in a high position for a long time. She naturally had an inviolable aura, scaring the men into taking a step back. However, that was all. The men immediately reacted and couldn't help but become angry. They didn't understand why they would be scared by a weak woman's aura. "It's nothing. Little lady, don't be in a hurry to leave. We haven't seen a woman in a long time. Talk to us. I don't think there's any need to find a brother. We can all be your brothers." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the vulgar slang around her, Princess Jincheng finally panicked. "How can you do this? I just gave you food." She didn't understand. She had helped them out of kindness. It was fine if they didn't return the favor, but why were they biting the hand that fed them? "So, little lady, if you help us, you'll help us till the end. Not only are we hungry, we haven't tasted a woman for a long time. Little lady, you're so beautiful, so please do us a favor and give us your body." She could faintly smell the stench of the other person's breath. The Princess of Jincheng screamed and ran out with all her might. However, she was used to living like a princess. How could she be faster than the other person? She was immediately pulled back. She screamed and struggled with all her might. However, how could her strength compare to the men? As she struggled, her clothes were constantly torn, emitting an ear-piercing sound of cloth tearing. Looking at the beautiful, noble, and usually unreachable woman struggling beneath them, feeling the sensation of her beautiful and mature body, the men became more and more excited. Their breathing became heavy, and their eyes turned red. They felt as though their bodies were about to explode, and they wanted nothing more than to crush her and swallow her into their stomachs. Princess Jincheng couldn't help but tear up. She knew that her fate was unavoidable. She couldn't break free from these men's iron-like hands. Now, she was filled with regret. She regretted taking the risk to come out. She regretted listening to the yellow-shirted woman and returning to the Southern Song diplomatic mission with her to avoid this disaster. Bastard! At this moment, she suddenly heard an old voice. Immediately after, Princess Jincheng felt her body lighten. The men all fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. It was obvious that they were filled with disbelief and regret that they were just one step away from eating swan meat. Princess Jincheng could naturally see that these people were already dead. She hurriedly pulled up her clothes and retreated with a terrified expression. At this moment, her body was trembling incessantly. She only gradually calmed down when she saw the appearance of the incomers. The person's white beard fluttered, and he wore patched clothes. He was an old beggar. Princess Jincheng estimated that he was at least 70 or 80 years old. "I did not expect our beggar clan to have such a scum. I have frightened madam," the old beggar said apologetically. His expression was very kind. The beggar laughed. "Madam, I am not as I said. I am Mississippi, madam. Jincheng. The old beggar laughed aloud. "Madam, please don't laugh at me. I am not as capable as Hong Bangju. My surname is Su, and I am the oldest elder in the beggar clan." "So it's Senior Su." Princess Jincheng heaved a sigh of relief. The beggar clan was an upright sect, and this person was a highly respected elder. Inexplicably, he gave people a sense of security. 123 Reading Net Elder Su looked at her snow-white skin, which was exposed through her tattered clothes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Noticing his gaze, Princess Jincheng hurriedly tightened her clothes. However, the struggle just now caused her clothes to be full of holes. How could she cover them all? Elder Su coughed and said, "It's a pity that I didn't bring any clothes with me this time. The one I'm wearing is also full of patches. Moreover, it's the proof of my identity in the beggar clan. Otherwise, I could have covered madam's face." Princess Jincheng blushed. "I don't dare to trouble Elder Su. I have a change of clothes in my bag." Elder Su said, "Madam, please go and change your clothes." "Now?" Princess Jincheng was shocked. She wanted to change her clothes immediately, but there were a few corpses in the temple and a strange man. How could she change? Elder Su couldn't help but laugh. "Why? Are you afraid that an old man like me will peek?" "I don't dare." Princess Jincheng blushed. "I'll go and change now." If she insisted on not changing, wouldn't it be obvious that she didn't trust him? He had just saved her. Moreover, she didn't feel comfortable wearing such tattered clothes. "That's right, I almost forgot. I don't know where these scum got their hands on the yin-yang harmony powder, but they just drugged madam. Madam, take the antidote quickly. Otherwise, when the effects of the drug attack your heart, you'll burn yourself to death." Elder Su opened his palm, revealing a vermilion-red pill. "When did they drug it?" Princess Jincheng was shocked. Although she didn't know what the yin-yang harmony powder was, she could roughly guess from its name. Elder Su answered, "Madam, did you smell a strange smell just now?" Princess Jincheng nodded subconsciously. "I did smell something strange. Just now, when those men were hugging her, the smell on their bodies and in their mouths made her want to vomit. In her mind, that was the strangest smell." "That's it." Elder Su let out a long sigh. His tone was full of anger. This time, the beggar gang came to Xixiao with a large number of people. However, they are a mix of good and bad people. I don't know how these people met the 4 evildoers of Xixiao and obtained such an evil and despicable medicine from them. It's all thanks to Elder Su. Princess Jincheng covered her chest as she took the pill and swallowed it. She had heard a little about the 4 evildoers, especially Yunzhong. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. "Madam, you are too polite. This is what I should do." Elder Su laughed happily. An inexplicable light flashed in the depths of his eyes. After Princess Jincheng ate the pill, she felt a wave of heat slide into her lower abdomen. Then, it nourished her limbs and bones. It made her previously cold body feel a little warmer. She thought that Elder Su's medicine was really effective. Noticing that Elder Su's back was facing her, she blushed and took out a dress from her luggage. She hid behind the wall and confirmed that Elder Su's back was facing her. Then, she started to change out of her torn old clothes with her heart beating faster. Feeling the coolness in the air, Princess Jincheng's delicate skin had a layer of goosebump. Her snow-white skin still maintained the youthful fire of a young girl. Her slender and plump body fully exuded the charm of a young married woman. It was no wonder that those people would do such a thing before. Chapter 2248. Elder, what are you doing? Princess Jincheng was filled with anger. Elder Su snickered and did not answer. He asked in response, "What is Foreign's identity?" Princess Jincheng bit her lower lip. "I come from a scholarly family and have recently returned to my paternal home to visit." Visit? Elder Su's expression was puzzled. "I don't think so. What do you mean?" Princess Jincheng was furious and did not even call him Elder. Elder Su looked in the direction of Xingqing Fu. "Foreign does not know, but a few days ago, during the martial contest for marriage, I saw Foreign from afar." Princess Jincheng was shocked and hurriedly said, "You got the wrong person. I don't know about the martial contest for marriage." Elder Su snickered. "The Tufan barbarian's Wang Fei is actually dignified and virtuous, beautiful and clean. Foreign was as eye-catching as the bright moon among the barbarians. How can I get the wrong person?" Princess Jincheng's heart sank. She pulled on the corner of her clothes to cover her body as she asked, "What do you want?" "I heard that the Tufan Wang Fei hanged herself because she could not bear the humiliation. Who would have thought that Wang Fei is here, safe and sound? It must have been Wang Fei's plan to escape." Elder Su had lived for decades and guessed most of the matter in a flash. "If people know that Wang Fei is still alive, I fear that the world will be in an uproar. At that time, no matter if it is Tufan or the Great Song, Wang Fei will not have a foothold." Princess Jincheng gritted her teeth and her lips turned slightly white. "What do you mean? When I first saw Wang Fei from afar, I was subdued by Wang Fei's beauty, nobility, and elegance. I thought about you day and night and could not sleep. Now that I finally have the chance, will Wang Fei let me have my wish?" As Elder Su spoke, he moved closer to her. Looking at her dazzling white skin, he could not help but swallow. "You shameless!" Princess Jincheng trembled with anger. She had never thought that the other would have such dirty thoughts at such an old age. "How good is Princess Consort killing people to escape?" Elder Su sneered. "Wang Fei managed to escape with great difficulty, so I'm sure you don't want to return to the cage again. Today, as long as you satisfy this old man's wish, you can still live the free life you want. Otherwise, if the secret is exposed, everything you've done before will be in vain, and you will be condemned and despised by everyone." Princess Jincheng was startled. She knew that he was speaking the truth. From the moment she took that step, there was no turning back. Was she really willing to go back and be a canary again? Seeing that she was silent and her attitude seemed to have softened, Elder Su continued, "Wang Fei, you don't have to worry too much. All I want is a night of pleasure. After today, you will walk your sunny path and I will walk my single log bridge. At this time, no one will know. From now on, you can peacefully live the life you want." Although he said this, he was sneering in his heart. Such a beautiful Wang Fei was usually high and mighty. She was not someone like him could touch. How could it be enough to play with her once? Now, he would let her yield temporarily and enjoy her initiative for once. After that, he would slowly train her. As for her identity as the princess of the Southern Song dynasty and the Xixiao Wang Fei, it was not a problem at all. Anyway, in everyone's eyes, she was already a dead person. Naturally, he could play with her however he wanted. Princess Jincheng's expression changed. She was also considering the pros and cons of this matter. Should she endure it for the sake of her hard-won freedom and treat it as if she was bitten by a dog? However, this thought only flashed by. It should be known that the reason why she made up her mind to escape was that after old Zan Pu died, she would be taken in by Zhong Zan as a concubine. She couldn't bear the humiliation of being pampered by both father and son. She risked her life to escape because she didn't want to be bitten by a dog. Now, if she gave in to this dirty old man, what was the point of her persistence? Stop your wishful thinking. I won't let you succeed. Princess Jincheng's eyes revealed a determined look. Audiobook, seeing him approach, she took out a dagger and placed it against her neck. If you dare to take another step forward, I will cut my own throat on the spot. She had brought a dagger for self-defense, but she had left it in her bag. After what happened with the men earlier, she had become more cautious. Don't be impulsive, Wang Fei. I will retreat. Elder Su raised his hands to indicate that he was not a threat and slowly retreated. Princess Jincheng was startled. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. At this time, Elder Su spoke. Actually, Wang Fei, you don't have to resist me like this. Perhaps you will come and beg me soon. Sensing that there was a hidden meaning in his words, Princess Jincheng frowned. What do you mean? Elder Su laughed aloud. Wang Fei, do you feel that your body is a bit hot right now? Princess Jincheng was startled. Only now did she realize that she was indeed a bit hot. Normally, she was very afraid of the cold, but now that her clothes were disheveled, she didn't feel cold at all. She couldn't help but pale. What did you do to me? Elder Su stroked his beard and said with a smile, Wang Fei, do you still remember the antidote you just took? Princess Jincheng exclaimed. She wasn't stupid. At this point, how could she not understand that the red pill wasn't an antidote? What did you give me? Elder Su noticed that the other party's eyes were glistening with tears, and he felt his lower abdomen heating up. Didn't I just tell Princess? It's the famous yin-yang harmony powder. Princess, do you feel that your body is burning up, and you want to have a strong arm to lean on? Princess Jincheng already felt that her body was a bit strange. Now that she heard what he said, she felt her body become more sensitive. Her legs seemed to be a bit weak. She finally became anxious. Don't come over, otherwise. Before she could finish speaking, Elder Su took advantage of the moment she was distracted and jumped to her side. He knocked the dagger out of her hand. Princess Jincheng cried out in alarm and hurriedly tried to escape. Unfortunately, how could she catch up to the other party's speed? Elder Su hugged her in his arms. Feeling the softness and fullness in his arms, his entire body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. After so many years, it was likely that only the horse madam had given him such a feeling. However, madam was too flirtatious. She wasn't as chaste and gentle as the other. The temptation she gave was greater. Beauty, come quickly. This old man will serve Wang Fei well. Thinking that the high and mighty Wang Fei was at his mercy, Elder Su felt that his body was about to explode. Don't! Princess Jincheng struggled with all her might, but her body became hotter and hotter. In an instant, her blood vessels surged and her desire surged. It was as though the vulgar old man in front of her wasn't so annoying. Elder Su could feel the delicate breathing of the beauty in his arms, her fragrance wafting through the air. Especially with the effects of the medicine, her cheeks were like fire, making her look indescribably charming. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He felt that this was probably the happiest moment of his life. Beauty, I'm coming. Elder Su quickly took off his clothes. Just as he was about to press down on her, he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Su Chongshao of the Beggar Clan is the oldest and most respected elder in the Beggar Clan. He's a hero that everyone respects. I didn't expect him to be such a despicable and shameless pervert. Elder Su felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He hurriedly turned around. Who is it? Chapter 2249. Elder Su looked back, but the temple was empty. There was no one else in the temple except for the body on the ground. He was old but not stupid. He knew that it was not an illusion. Someone must be here. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not find anyone else in the room. Suddenly, he realized something and turned around. He felt like he was soaked in ice water. Princess Jincheng was lying there just now. Where was she now? If it was not for her fragrance in the air, He might have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion. Are you a human or a ghost? Su Zhonglao drew a short stick from his back. His seniority in the beggar clan was very high, and his martial arts skill was considered one of the best in the beggar clan. He had learned several styles of the dog-beating stick technique. Now only the beggar clan's secret manual could give him a sense of security. You don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door in the middle of the night. It seems that you have done a lot of bad things in your life. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Elder Su suddenly turned his head and saw a young man standing 10 feet away from him with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Su couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In the blink of an eye, this young man had moved more than 10 feet away from him, but he couldn't even hear the slightest sound of the wind. "Who the hell are you?" Elder Su asked, forcing himself to remain calm. The young man ignored him. Instead, he looked him up and down. "Looking at your clothes, you must be from the beggar gang?" Elder Su was happy and said, "Yes, I am the most senior in the beggar gang, Elder Su Chongshao. You must be a friend of the beggar gang." It seemed that the young man was afraid of the beggar gang. Elder Su used his identity to make the young man hesitate. With the beggar gang as his backing, few people would dare to offend him. As for his reputation, there would be a way to explain it in the future. "I was wondering why there would be such a shameless person like you in the beggar gang. So you are Su Chongshao." The young man was Song Qingshu. He knew that Princess Jincheng had been pampered since she was young. It was difficult for her to survive alone in this chaotic world. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. The more beautiful a woman was, the more trouble she would have. So he and the yellow-dressed woman went back to the embassy to settle down and sneaked out. As expected, Princess Jincheng was about to be bullied. "Do you know me?" Su Chongshao could not help but be stunned. He clearly did not know this young man in front of him. After Feng abdicated his position, he went out to enjoy the limelight for a while. After that, he spent most of his time at home, so it was normal that he did not know the other party. Song Qingshu suddenly asked, "Mrs. Ma should be very beautiful, right?" The other party's words immediately triggered Su Chongshao's memories. He instinctively replied, "A beauty of the world." Among all the women he had met in his life, perhaps only Chief Huang and Princess Jincheng could compare to Madame Ma. However, he immediately reacted and his expression changed. "What do you mean?" Song Qingshu sneered and said, "Others may not know what happened between you and Madame Ma, but do you think I don't know? I thought you just couldn't control yourself for a moment, but I didn't expect you to be blinded by lust to this point. You even openly committed those lewd acts. I think you have misunderstood, young hero. There is nothing between me and Madame Ma." Su Chongshao hurriedly tried to explain. However, Song Qingshu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of sword chi shot out. Su Chongshao suddenly felt the danger and hurriedly wanted to dodge, but how could he? In an instant, his life was destroyed by the sword chi. "Thank you for saving me, young master." At this time, a woman's voice sounded faintly beside him. The voice was delicate and charming, as sweet as honey. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Does the princess not remember me?" Princess Jincheng was stunned. She opened her big watery eyes and looked at him carefully. Suddenly, a scene in Tubo appeared in her memory. "You are the Song Qingshu who came to Tubo to seek medical treatment?" Song Qingshu said with a smile, "The princess' memory is really good. You still remember after so long." "Of course I remember. Back then, I invited you over to ask you some things about Jiangnan." Princess Jincheng's face had an additional trace of a smile. "Furthermore, I later heard that you were a great benefactor to the Song Kingdom and were recruited as the son-in-law of the twin phoenixes. Speaking of which, you are my brother-in-law." Perhaps it was because of the effects of the drug, but her voice had a slight tremble and was extremely sweet. "Then, should I call you sister?" Song Qingshu also smiled. At this time, the princess still does not forget to take advantage of me. I really admire you. Princess Jincheng finally realized her situation. She couldn't help but make a sound and hurriedly shrank back. Can you turn around? Song Qingshu criticized silently. He thought, you are mostly dressed and only show your arms and thighs. Is there a need to do this? However, he still did as he was told and turned around. Listening to the princess breathing, it doesn't seem to be right. Chong, are you injured or something? I was drugged by that old man. Princess Jincheng's voice carried a sobbing tone. That drug? Song Qingshu stilled and couldn't help but curse silently. This Su Chongxiao was so old, yet he was still so perverted that he had to rely on drugs. It seems to be some yin-yang harmony powder, Princess Jincheng hurriedly said. She could feel the evil from the name of the drug. Yin-yang harmony powder? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. So it was this medicine. Speaking of which, they were old acquaintances. Feeling the fear and trembling of the beauty behind him, he comforted her. Don't worry, this isn't a poison, it's easy to cure. Princess Jincheng's hand tightly gripped the dagger in her sleeve. Her voice trembled as she said, You are my brother-in-law. You cannot do anything to let them down. Song Qingshu stilled and couldn't help but turn his head. What are you saying? Princess Jincheng placed the dagger on her neck. Don't come over. I was hesitant just now and almost let that Su guy get his hands on me. I won't make the same mistake again. As she spoke, the dagger in her hand sliced towards her neck. Song Qingshu was shocked. He took a step forward and used so close, yet worlds apart to knock the dagger out of her hand. He said angrily, Are you crazy? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Being hugged by the man, Princess Jincheng felt a strong masculine aura. Her body softened and she almost had the urge to submit to him. However, she retained the last shred of clarity and bit her tongue. However, with Song Qingshu's cultivation, he held her chin with one hand and tapped her neck with the other, causing her mouth to lose strength. After a while, he reacted. Do you think I want to bully you? Isn't that so? Princess Jincheng wasn't used to being so close to a man, so she hurriedly turned her face away. I already said that it is easy to cure the poison, Song Qingshu said with a frown. New mobile phone update. Shameless! Princess Jincheng spat. However, at this moment, her entire body was soaked in sweat. Her entire body was very hot, and there was an extreme desire in the depths of her soul. She couldn't control herself and hugged him. Net she didn't expect that she would do such a shameful action. However, she couldn't control this feeling. It was as if she had suddenly seen an oasis after staying in the desert for a few days. The man beside her was that oasis with a fatal attraction. Chapter 2250. Princess Jincheng leaned softly on Song Qingshu. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his neck as she unconsciously murmured. Song Qingshu lowered his head to look at her. He saw that her eyes were watery and her lips had a layer of red luster. She looked very alluring. His heart jumped and he quickly sealed her acupuncture point. Wang Fei should calm down first. As he spoke, he carried her to the stone platform at the side, hoping to use the cold stone platform to restore a trace of clarity to her. Hugging her, he felt that her entire body was extremely light, and her body was frighteningly hot. Her body was also emitting bursts of sweet fragrance. Even with Song Qingshu's mental fortitude, he did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly put her down. The Princess of Jincheng continued to stare at him with her watery big eyes. Song Qingshu then realized that perhaps because of the effects of the drug, she had unbuttoned her clothes. Her fair skin was faintly discernible. Her face was like a crabapple in the spring, and her body was like a lotus that had just bloomed. Even an old man like Su Chongxiao, who had one foot in the grave, couldn't resist her, let alone a young man full of vigor. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's composure was extraordinary and he had a lot of experience in this area. he barely managed to calm down and hurriedly said, "Princess, don't worry. I will begin to detoxify you now." Princess Jincheng's remaining trace of rationality made her endlessly bashful. However, the more she looked at the handsome and upright young man in front of her, the more she liked him. She was no longer as resistant as before. At least, he was much better than those refugees and Su Chongshao. Moreover, he was her brother-in-law. It was better to give it to him than to give it to an outsider. Was this what they often said about keeping the goodies within the family? At this moment, her mind kept running wild. All kinds of thoughts came one after another, and they were completely illogical. However, what surprised her was that Song Qinshu suddenly went out at this critical moment. She was full of doubts. Why didn't he come up? Was she so unattractive? After Song Qinshu left the small temple, he flew to the top of a tree and looked around. He found the nearest river and returned to the temple. He carried Princess Jincheng and ran. "Where is he taking me?" Princess Jincheng was in a daze. She instinctively grabbed onto him tightly. "Could it be that he is taking me to the wilderness? How could he be like this? It's so embarrassing." While she was lost in her thoughts, Song Qinshu had already brought her to the river. Before she could react, she was thrown into the river. With the splash of cold water, she regained some of her consciousness and stared blankly at the man on the bank. Song Qinshu said, "Don't worry, princess. The yin-yang harmony powder isn't a powerful medicine. Just wash it with cold water and mix it with some heat-clearing medicine." Only then did Princess Jincheng realize that she had been thinking wrongly all this while. She thought that he was going to. Realizing this, she blushed and subconsciously sank into the water. She was worried that the other party would see the embarrassment on her face. After a while, Song Qinshu said, "Princess, if you think it's about time, come up quickly. It's very cold now, and it's easy to catch a cold." Xixiao was located in the north, so it was colder than the south. In fact, Princess Jincheng had already felt a little cold. However, when she looked at the man on the bank, she couldn't help but blush and said, "How can I come up now?" At this moment, her clothes were completely soaked and stuck to her skin. It was no different from being naked. With the education she had received since she was young, she naturally didn't dare to appear in front of others. Lonely Study House Song Qinshu took a package from the side and said, "This is your luggage. I just brought it over." After saying that, she felt a little regretful. If she knew it would be like this, she wouldn't have taken the bag just now. Now, she could be justified. Cough, cough, I've sinned, thank you. Princess Jincheng couldn't help but admire the other's attentiveness. He was able to consider everything in that short period of time. Can you leave for a while? Okay, I'll go over there first. Call me when you're done. Song Qinshu couldn't understand why every woman had to do this. Just now, when she was half covered, he didn't see anything. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but now she was so particular. After he left, there was a rustling sound behind him. After a long time, he heard Princess Jincheng come up behind him and say, "I'm done." Song Qinshu turned around and saw a classical and quiet beauty standing quietly in front of him. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her skin was still emitting traces of moisture. She was truly a hibiscus out of clear water. "Wang Fei is really beautiful," Song Qinshu sincerely praised. "Thank you." Princess Jincheng was used to all kinds of praise in her life. But for some reason, when she heard his praise this time, she felt a thread of shyness. "You keep calling me Wang Fei, you are treating me like an outsider. We are considered family. You should call me Jejia." Song Qinshu had a depressed expression. "You might not be older than me. How can you call me older sister?" Princess Jincheng said with annoyance, "You are my brother-in-law. Even if you are older than me, according to the law, you should call me older sister." "Achoo, did you catch a cold?" Song Qinshu changed the topic. Princess Jincheng nodded. "I might have been soaking in there for too long. Song Qingshu said, I see that there is still moisture on your body. You probably didn't dry yourself when you just came up. In addition, the weather is cold. Sit down first. I will help you expel the cold energy out and at the same time, help you expel the remaining poison. While the yin-yang harmony powder was not an overbearing medicine, just relying on clear water was not enough. In theory, it was necessary to take some cathartic medicine to completely detoxify the poison. However, such medicine could not be found in the wilderness. Also, it would be inelegant. Princess Jincheng might not be willing. Princess Jincheng originally wanted to be polite, but when she heard that the remaining poison had not been purged, she immediately paled. She did feel a faint ball of fire in her lower abdomen. While it was not as violent as before, the feeling was similar. Song Qingshu helped her to sit cross-legged and then used the power of the one-yang finger to press against the major acupuncture point on her back. He sent a steady stream of inner power into her body. Feeling the abnormality of her body, Song Qingshu comforted, "This is a normal reaction. Princess, do not take it to heart." Princess Jincheng suddenly turned around. Her large eyes silently looked at the handsome and determined face of the man behind her. Chapter 2251. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to kiss you. Even though her expression was a bit shy, there was an inexplicable bravery in the depths of Princess Jincheng's eyes. While she looked like a quiet lady on the outside, she had been trapped in a cage like a canary for too long and had been suppressed for too long. In reality, a desire for freedom had long been ignited in the depths of her heart. Her curiosity towards new things was much bolder than what her appearance showed. Wang Fei, you make me feel very uncomfortable. Song Qingshu sighed softly. Why do you feel uncomfortable? Am I not attractive in your eyes at all? Princess Jincheng's cheeks were red as she stared at him with watery eyes. That's not it. Wang Fei is noble and beautiful. You are attractive to any man. That's why I feel uncomfortable. Song Qingshu examined the woman in front of him. Her skin was snow white, her breasts high, and her waist thin. She had the elegance and grace of a Jiangnan lady, and the charm and beauty of a mature woman. Adding on her status as a Wang Fei, she had a noble charm. Then why do you endure? Princess Jincheng gently bit her lip. Her voice trembled slightly. It was clear that she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Song Qingshu was not an impulsive man. Previously, he disdained to take advantage of her when she was in danger and could calmly treat her. But now that the beauty took the initiative, he no longer had any reason to refuse. He reached out and gently hooked her chin. He couldn't help but sigh at the smoothness and tenderness of her skin. But he still asked solemnly, has Wang Fei thought it through? What responded to him was a pair of warm and soft lips. The other's whisper came into his ear, don't tell my two younger sisters what happened today. Song Qingshu's words were like thunder that ignited the fire in the ground, and he pulled her delicate body into his arms. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu said emotionally, if I knew this would happen, I would not have wasted so much effort. I would have just cured you like this. Princess Jincheng's body was as soft as cotton. She barely raised her strength to reply, that was different. If you had been rude to me at the start, I would have killed myself on the spot. Then why were you willing in the end? Song Qingshu's smile was slightly playful. Princess Jincheng pouted coquettishly, I don't know. I just suddenly agreed. Seeing the other party's smile, she couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. You definitely know that I'm a joke. Song Qingshu gently held her in his arms. No, I'm just worried that you'll regret it. Just now, I was happier than everything else in my life combined. How could I regret it? Although Princess Jincheng was beautiful, her face had always carried a trace of sadness from living alone in a foreign country. But now, her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Her whole person exuded a happy expression. Originally, she thought that after today they would all be strangers, so naturally she would be a lot bolder. However, after experiencing what just happened, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with him so soon. 678-inch. What do you plan to do next? Song Qinshu asked. Princess Jincheng originally planned to say that she would hide her identity and live a carefree life. But when she thought of what happened during this period of time, especially what happened today, she became a little afraid. Of course, she didn't say that she wanted Song Qinshu to take responsibility. They were both mature men and women and could distinguish the importance of the matter. She had long abandoned some childish fantasies that were inappropriate for the time being. With the status of the two of them, there was no possibility. Furthermore, her two younger sisters were in the middle. Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment before saying, Wang Fei, you grew up in the palace. Later, you became the tuba Wang Fei. You have people serving you everywhere you go and have never seen the dangers of society. Now, there is chaos and war everywhere. People like that just now are everywhere. You're a woman living alone, and you're so beautiful, I'm afraid. Princess Jincheng smiled sadly. If it was before today, I would have scoffed at what you said. But now, I understand that to gain something is bound to lose something. There is no such thing as absolute freedom. Hearing the meaning in her words, Song Qinshu asked, You're not going to live alone outside? Princess Jincheng shook her head. No. Compared to falling into the hands of those refugees and living a life worse than death, I'd rather return to Tubo. Song Qinshu frowned. Why don't you return to the Song Kingdom? Princess Jincheng smiled bitterly. What identity should I return with? If I return as an ordinary person and want to live a stable life, I will definitely have to trouble Yingluo and the others. There are no walls in the world that don't have ears. Once my identity is exposed, with the prevailing etiquette of the Song Kingdom, even if I'm a princess, I will probably be reviled by thousands of people. It will also easily cause a war between the two countries. I also don't want to become a sinner of the country. It's just that. Princess Jincheng suddenly frowned slightly. Her expression was a little conflicted. After returning to Tubo, that Prince Zongzan has been coveting me. It's fine if old Zan is alive. Zongzan still has some scruples. But once old Zan is dead, Zongzan will definitely be rude to me. That's easy. Song Qinshu laughed. According to the reliable news I received, old Zan is only seriously ill. But with the monks of the Tantric sect prolonging his life, he won't die for a while. Now, not only did he have the Golden Snake Camp and other Jianghu intelligence organizations, but he also controlled the intelligence networks of various major countries. Naturally, he knew the situation in Tubo better than others. Of course, that Zongzan is not a good person. You have to guard against him. Song Qinshu took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. This is a special enchanting smoke from the western region. Just a little bit can confuse a person's mind and make him immerse in his fantasy. If Zongzan wants to be rude to you, you can use this enchanting smoke. He will mistakenly think that he has gotten what he wanted. As long as you are careful, you can easily muddle through. This medicine was used by Toshkis back then. With her amazing beauty, she was able to live alone with the identity of Lady Peach Blossom in a land of tigers and wolves like the Jin Kingdom. She relied on this medicine to deal with those princes and emperors. Is there really such a magical medicine? Princess Jincheng held it in her bosom. Her entire mood became joyful. I have been under Zongzan's shadow for the past 2 years. With this, I finally don't have to worry. Song Qinshu reminded, this medicine has been tested by others in actual combat. But you should find a chance to test it yourself. Otherwise, it will be easy to make a mistake by practicing at the last minute. And I know. Princess Jincheng carefully put the medicine into her bosom as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Song Qinshu thought that since she could carry out the plan of a cicada shedding its carapace alone, she was obviously not as weak as she looked. Since she said that she knew, there should be no problem. Chapter 2252. This can be handled by the Xixia officials. Song Qingshu thought about it and felt that there was no better way to handle this than Xixia. Xixia. Princess Jincheng frowned. Xixia and Pai Luo have been at war for many years, but we don't have any relationship with them. The Song is on bad terms with them. Why would they help me? Song Qingshu comforted her. Don't worry, I have friends from Xixia. They can help. Princess Jincheng blinked and couldn't help but look at him. You are really resourceful. You even have friends from Xixia. No wonder you could marry 2 princesses of the Song. She was well aware that such an important matter required the help of the Xixia government, and it was not something that could be pushed by an ordinary official. Song Qingshu's friend must have a very high status. However, she was a mature woman after all, so she wisely didn't pursue the matter. Princess, you are making fun of me. Song Qingshu was humble. We are already like this, yet you still call me princess. Princess Jincheng pulled at her clothes with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. Do you really want me to call you sister? Bah! Princess Jincheng spat. She had just eaten her brother-in-law. How could she let him call her that again? After fooling around for a while, Song Qingshu stood up and said, Let's go back to Xingqing Prefecture first. Okay, I will listen to you. Princess Jincheng nodded and was as obedient as a young wife. Previously, Song Qingshu rode a horse when he left Xingqing Prefecture. Now that Princess Jincheng was so tired that she couldn't walk, she shared a horse with him. She wasn't heavy to begin with, so carrying an extra person didn't affect the horse. Hugging her soft body, coupled with the recent breakthrough in their relationship, the two of them could be said to be very sweet along the way. The Princess of Jincheng couldn't wait for the horse to slow down, but there was an end to the road. In the end, they still arrived at Xingqing Prefecture. I'll send you to the elite hall first. I'll inform Yingluo and the others to come over later. The Western Xia will take good care of you. Song Qingshu had bought a bamboo hat from the roadside and placed it over her head as he whispered. Are you leaving? Princess Jincheng's tone was filled with reluctance. Song Qingshu nodded. My identity is sensitive, so I can't appear here. Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone that I saved you. Seeing his solemn expression, Princess Jincheng didn't say anything and nodded. Don't worry, I will always protect you in the dark. Noticing that she looked a little anxious, Song Qingshu quickly comforted her. Thank you. Princess Jincheng heaved a sigh of relief. After that, she was settled in the Western Xia's Class 1 hall. When the people from Class 1 hall learned of her identity, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly notified Yelu Nancian and also sent someone to notify the yellow-clothed woman from the southern Song dynasty. Soon, these people came one after another. Princess Jincheng explained the whole thing according to the story taught by Song Qingshu. Si Qiluo sent someone to bribe his servant girl. She accidentally discovered the secret and secretly ran out. Because she did not know who to trust, she did not show up. As for why the dead servant girl appeared with her identity, she had no idea. The yellow-clothed woman also told Yelu Nancian about the Dian Song twin swords they had found out, so Yelu Nancian summoned all the emissaries to discuss this matter. As expected, CC Luo refused to admit to this matter. When the Dian Song duo swords woke up from the soul transfer technique, they only admitted that they had bribed Huan Bai, but did not admit that it was CC Luo who had instructed them to do so. In addition, the key witness, Huan Bai, was already dead. It could be said that the dead could not tell the truth. In the end, the matter could only end with the execution of the Dian Song duo swords. No matter which force it was, they were all well aware of this. Moreover, even if the evidence was irrefutable, what could they do about it? He had tens of thousands of valiant warriors under his command, dominating Qing Tang. Would Xixia dare to kill him for the sake of Tubo? Fresh. Only the yellow-clothed woman was indignant about this. Song Qingshu and Princess Jincheng were very satisfied. After all, their primary purpose was not to deal with Cici Luo, but to restore her innocence so that she could appear in front of the people again. Next, Xixia sent people to escort Princess Jincheng to chase after the Tubo troop. The yellow-clothed woman was worried, so she volunteered to send her off. Because it was already late, they decided to rest for the night and set off the next day. Princess Jincheng was brought back to the Southern Song guest house by the yellow-clothed woman. Because she was originally a Southern Song princess, the Xixia people did not stop her. "Sister, didn't you decide to leave? Why did you change your mind and come back?" After returning to the Southern Song guest house, the yellow-clothed woman finally found the opportunity to ask the question in her heart. "I encountered something on the way." Princess Jincheng sighed faintly and roughly told her what happened before. "Fortunately, I was saved by a hero, so I was able to escape. Now I know that I thought of things too simply in the past. This world is too dangerous. I've been protected since I was young. Now that I'm facing this alone, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending." "Hero, what's the name of the hero who saved you?" The yellow-clothed woman keenly grasped one piece of information. "I don't know his name. He left after saving me." Princess Jincheng remembered Song Qingshu's request and did not reveal his identity. "What does he look like? What's special about him? Or what kind of martial arts he uses?" The yellow-clothed woman had been in Jianghu for many years. She thought that as long as she had some information, she should be able to deduce his identity. "What's special about him?" Princess Jincheng's cheeks suddenly blushed. She wondered if being very strong counted. However, she did not dare to say this out loud. "The feeling he gives me can be described with a poem. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, and he gallops like a shooting star." Seeing her infatuated look, the yellow-clothed woman's expression was extremely strange. However, she did not think too much about it. She only thought that her sister was saved by that person at a critical moment, so she could not help but beautify that person in her heart. "That's right, Ing Luo, do you know Song Qingshu?" Princess Jincheng suddenly asked. The yellow-clothed woman's heart jumped. "Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Princess Jincheng's expression was calm. "Isn't he Yuan and Hu Er's son-in-law? I'm a little curious. What kind of man would make the great Song unexpectedly marry two princesses to him?" The yellow-clothed woman gritted her teeth. "That person is a lecherous playboy. At the same time, he is very despicable and shameless." Princess Jincheng jumped in fright. It was very hard to connect these words with that elegant young master. However, she was experienced and quickly reacted. "Ing Luo, were you also bullied by him?" "What do you mean by also?" The yellow-clothed woman's face reddened and she hurriedly explained. "Sister, what are you thinking about? How could I be bullied by that bastard?" When she said this, she did not have much confidence. "Is that so?" A trace of a smile appeared on Princess Jincheng's face. "Then tell me how he is despicable and shameless." "He is despicable and shameless in every way," the yellow-clothed woman said angrily. However, when she noticed the other's teasing gaze, she could not help but be embarrassed. "Sister, you are also making fun of me. Tell me about your story. Maybe I can give you some advice." Princess Jincheng pulled her hand and sat down on the bed. The yellow-clothed woman hesitated and told her the general story of the past. However, this made Princess Jincheng even more puzzled. "I heard you say that you and he clearly had good feelings for each other. Why did you suddenly treat him like that after the trip to Mount Wudong?" "There are some things that I cannot say." The yellow-clothed woman bit her lips. What happened on Mount Wudong was a serious matter. Princess Jincheng was now a Wangfei of another country. She naturally did not dare to say that Song Qingshu controlled the Song court. In short, that person is despicable and shameless. Chapter 2253. The yellow-robed girl was confused and answered instinctively, "I've been with him many times. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. You've been together many times? It was Princess Jincheng's turn to be shocked. Yes. The yellow-robed girl nodded matter-of-factly. We've fought together for a long time. Noticing the other's innocent expression, Princess Jincheng realized she had misunderstood and blushed. In any case, you will only know how good he is after you get to know him. The man's words stunned the yellow-robed woman. She thought to herself, could it be that my relationship with that person isn't deep enough? However, she immediately reacted. It was that person with the surname Song who did something wrong to the great Song imperial family. Why did she have to reflect? Princess Jincheng ordered a maid to prepare hot water. The two sisters chatted as they bathed. Ingluo, your figure is so good. Princess Jincheng looked at the well-proportioned and perfect figure in front of her and sighed. Even though she was young, which girl did not miss the vitality of youth? The yellow-robed girl blushed. Sister, you are teasing me on purpose. Your figure is clearly better than mine. Noticing the other's gaze, Princess Jincheng smiled. Your figure is not just in this area. Furthermore, you will have a lot of room to develop after you get married. The yellow-robed girl sighed. I don't plan on getting married. What, is there no one you like? Princess Jincheng swam over and gently pinched her. That's right. With younger sister's heavenly beauty, how could an ordinary person like you be attracted to her? Sister, don't tease me. It tickles, the yellow-robed girl giggled. But that Song Qingshu isn't an ordinary person. Have you never considered marrying him? Princess Jincheng intentionally or unintentionally brought back the topic of conversation. Sister, why are you mentioning that person again? How can I marry him? Disregarding everything else, he has already married Hu Er and Yuan. If I get involved, the three princesses' official affairs, Great Song will become a laughingstock, the yellow-robed girl said. How do you know that it won't be a good story in the end? Furthermore, you have revealed your identity as the young mistress of the Yang clan. I don't think you have any intention of restoring your identity. How would outsiders know? Princess Jincheng said with a smile. The yellow-clothed woman's heart moved. Indeed, she did not covet the empty title of princess, and in the future, she would not have to bear the eyes of the world. However, when she thought of how many beauties he had by his side, with her temperament, she was not willing to get involved. Moreover, this time he had secretly taken control of the court, and she did not know what he was planning. She originally didn't want to mention Song Qingshu's matter again, but she couldn't resist Princess Jincheng's questions every few days, so she could only answer them one by one. Unknowingly, her past memories were evoked, and her expression became much more relaxed. Because of the conversation, the time taken to bathe was much longer than usual. Seeing that it was already late at night, and considering that they still had to travel tomorrow, the yellow-clothed woman got up and left after putting on her clothes. Princess Jincheng chased all the maids out and got out of the bathtub. She dried her body, but she did not put on her clothes immediately. Looking at her snow-white and beautiful body in the bronze mirror, she thought of the fact that she would be returning to Tubo tomorrow. She could not help but sigh faintly. I have to return to those lonely days again. At that time, her young and beautiful body would slowly age like this year. The night is long and there is no mood to sleep. Is the princess the same? Suddenly, a man's voice sounded behind her. Princess Jincheng was shocked and hurriedly pulled her clothes to cover her body. One must know that she was not wearing clothes at the moment. Qidian Chinese. Just as she was about to shout for help, she saw the appearance of the man sitting by the window clearly. Her cry of surprise immediately turned into joy. Did I scare you? Song Qingshu said apologetically. Princess Jincheng threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance and hugged him tightly. I thought I would never see you again. Song Qingshu gently stroked her slightly wet hair. You are leaving tomorrow. No matter what, I have to come and say goodbye to you. In fact, he lived in the southern Song embassy. It was very convenient for him to come over, but naturally, he could not appear as Jia Baoyu. Thank you. An intoxicating blush appeared on Princess Jincheng's white cheek. I will also come to Tubo to see you in the future. Song Qingshu embraced her again. Really? Princess Jincheng was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, she revealed an expression of disbelief. One must know that Tubo was simply a barren land for people in Jiangnan. Moreover, the journey was difficult. She originally thought that this separation would be eternal. Of course it is true. Song Qingshu did not lie. In his memory, in history, the Mongols would borrow the road from Tubo and detour to Dali to attack the southern Song. In order to prepare for a rainy day, he was afraid that he had to go to Tubo in advance. Moreover, he had more and more doubts about the joyous Diana and wanted to ask Master Lotus of the Ningma Temple. Song Qingshu responded with a passionate kiss. Song Qingshu thought to himself, I'm really here to say goodbye. I'm not thinking of anything else. However, Princess Jincheng's body was frighteningly hot. Perhaps it was because she thought that they would be parting tomorrow and did not know when they would meet again. She became especially proactive. At this moment there was a knock on the door. The yellow-shirt girl's voice came over. Sister, I think I heard your exclamation just now. Are you okay? Her skills were profound. Even though Princess Jincheng swallowed her exclamation, she still sensed that something was wrong. Because these were troubled times, she did not dare to be careless. I am fine. Thank you, Yingluo. Quickly go back and rest. Princess Jincheng's face was frighteningly red. She thought that if the yellow-shirt girl came in and saw her, how could she face others? Noticing that her voice was trembling, the yellow-shirt girl frowned slightly. She thought that she was being held hostage. She hurriedly stretched out her chi to check, but found that she was alone in the room. Only then did she feel relieved and said, Well, rest early. After the yellow-shirt girl left, Princess Jincheng patted her chest and said, I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, I hid it from her. Song Qingshu smiled and did not speak. The yellow-shirt girl was really meticulous. If he had not been integrated with nature, he would have been discovered by her chi. Just as he was feeling lucky, a warm body gently wrapped around him. He did not have the time to think. He casually pulled down the curtain beside the bed, and the whole room seemed to gently sway. The next day, because the incident with the Tubo princess had been resolved, the suspended competition resumed again. Many of the audience thought that since the competition had reached this stage, all the contestants should be masters. Some people who wanted to fish in troubled waters should not be able to show off this time. However, the reality once again surprised them. The yellow-shirt girl had escorted Princess Jincheng to chase after the Tubo envoy, and did not show up. She asked Xue Baochai to replace her and admit defeat. Jia Baoyu once again advanced effortlessly. Seeing this result, everyone seemed to be numb. They did not even want to complain. In any case, the heavens will punish the bastard. Soon, their attention was focused on the next match, Xiao Feng against Zhuang Juxian. Chapter 2254. Xiao Feng, you bastard! I'll make you pay with your blood today. Zhuang Juxian's eyes turned red when he saw the tall and sturdy figure in front of him. Xiao Feng was confused. He stepped forward and said, Every time you see me, you say you have a blood feud with me. May I ask what it is? His figure was tall and his every movement had an inexplicable aura. Zhuang Juxian had once witnessed the scene of him killing everyone in the virtuous gathering manner, and it could be said to be a huge shadow in his heart. Seeing him approaching, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. His mouth mumbled something, but for a moment he could not say anything. Humph! Seeing that the new Grand Master of the beggar sect was so cowardly, the people around immediately booed. The members of the beggar sect were even more embarrassed. Many of them refused to accept Zhuang Juxian and still missed the old Grand Master, Xiao Feng. They all looked at him eagerly. You chitin bastard! To hide your identity, you killed all the heroes of the Central Plains. Our leader naturally has a blood feud with you. Seeing Zhuang Juxian's cowardice, Quan Guanqing quickly helped. Xiao Feng was furious. Quan Guanqing, you need to spread lies. When did I kill those people? Duan Yu was very confused. Didn't his father write a letter to the beggar sect about Bai Shijing's death? The other victims must have done the same. Why are they still blaming Big Brother? Seeing Xiao Feng glaring at him like an angry lion, Quan Guanqing was worried that Xiao Feng would rush down and kill him. If that happened, no one would be able to stop him. He said hurriedly, "What? You want to kill me in front of so many people? Leader Zhuang, don't talk nonsense with him. Clean up for the Central Plains." Okay. Zhuang Juxian had recovered at this moment, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he charged towards Xiao Feng. His left hand chopped out in the air while his right palm swiftly chopped out. The force of his left palm struck out first, and the force of his right palm struck out first. The two forces crisscrossed as they moved forward, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Feng had fought with him last time. He knew that Zhuang Juxian's internal energy was very deep. His internal energy was mixed with the ice worm's cold poison. It was very difficult to deal with him. But Xiao Feng was also a strong opponent. Seeing Zhuang Juxian attack directly, he laughed and said, "Good." While he was speaking, he also activated the 18 dragon subduing palms, clashing head-on with his opponent's palms. The two powerful inner energies collided, causing the entire arena to shake. Su Liewu, who was watching the battle from the side, was secretly shocked. Everyone in the martial arts world of the Central Plains knows of North Chiao Peak and South Murong. North Chiao Peak truly lives up to his reputation. Then how terrifying is Song Qingshu, whose reputation has been above his all these years. On the southern Song dynasty's side, Xue Baochai couldn't help but frown as she looked at the situation on the stage. I see that King Zhao's body trembles slightly after every palm strike. Could it be that this Zhuang Juxian's internal energy is actually so high that even the famous Xiao Feng isn't his match? Song Qingshu casually replied. The ice silkworm's cold poison in Zhuang Juxian's body has been cultivated by the Shinzu scripture's internal energy. Good and evil are complemented by water and fire. It has already become one of the most powerful internal energy in the world. Of course, in terms of pure internal energy, Xiao Feng is not weaker than Zhuang Juxian, but Zhuang Juxian's internal energy is mixed with first-class cold poison, so Xiao Feng is somewhat at a disadvantage. After he finished speaking, he added with a desire to live, "I've heard Sister Yang mention it before. So that's how it is." Hearing that it was the yellow-robed woman who said it, Xue Baochai didn't doubt it. At this moment, Song Qingshu's thoughts were scattered. He thought about how he also had the secret manual of the Shinzu scripture. He once taught it to his female friends, especially when he taught it to Chen Yuan. When he thought of that lively and fragrant scene, he felt his mouth go dry. At this moment there was already a change on the stage. Xiao Feng, after all, had incomparably rich combat experience. He immediately fiercely sent out several palm strikes. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhuang Juxian raised his palm to block with all his strength, he suddenly swept his right leg horizontally. Zhuang Juxian's cultivation was the ice silkworm's cold poison and the Shinzu scripture's internal energy. His martial arts were all learned from Ozzy, so it was extremely sloppy and ordinary. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his leg. With a kala sound, both of his calf bones broke at the same time. He immediately fell to the ground and screamed. In a loud and clear voice, Xiao Feng said, "The beggar clan has always prioritized benevolence and chivalry. You are the clan leader, yet your attack is incomparably vicious. You have brought disgrace to the beggar clan's several hundred years of chivalry and good reputation." The crowd of heroes exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that when Zhuang Juxian fell to the ground, the veil on his face had fallen to one side. The spectators saw that the beggar clan's clan leader's face was concave and protruding, one part red, the other black, full of wounds and scars. His facial features were rotting. He looked extremely ugly and terrifying. Xiao Feng was originally prepared to end his life to rid the Wulin world of evil. But looking at his appearance, he could not help but be stunned. Hearing the surrounding people's discussion and their expressions of disdain and disgust, Zhuang Juxian's eyes were filled with tears. In a loud voice he said, "Dog thief, just kill me, just like how you killed my father and uncle at the Juxian Manor." "Juxian Manor, Zhuang Juxian," Xiao Feng finally reacted. "You are Yu Tanji?" Yu Tanji raised his head and said, "That's right." Xiao Feng let out a long sigh. "Even though I did not kill your father and uncle, it can be said that they died because of me. Why should I harm their descendants? You may leave." After saying this, he waved his hand and walked out of the drill ground dejectedly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of all the things that had happened at the Juxian Manor. Only when he thought of Azu did a trace of warmth rise in his heart. The winner of the second match was decided. Yu Tanji was also carried away by Quan Guanqing's men for treatment. The third match was about to begin. Su Liawu vs Chen Jialua. Chen Jialua had been disappointed in the Central Plains and left for the west. Fortunately, he was taken in by the Muzhuoluan tribe and had always wanted to repay this kindness. Moreover, he had fallen in love at first sight with Hua Qingtong's younger sister, Princess Fragrance. He hoped to make a great contribution to the Muzhuoluan tribe. If it had been any other opponent, with their legs broken, he might not have bothered to take advantage of them. However, Su Liawu was a great enemy of the Muzhuoluan tribe. Moreover, he had a gun in his hand. He did not have such concerns. After the match began, Chen Jialua was wary of the power of the gun and kept moving. Even though the gun was powerful, its weakness was also very obvious. It could not be fired continuously. The time needed to reload after firing was enough for an expert to attack many times. Therefore, as long as he dodged the first shot, he would be in an invincible position. Bang! Su Liawu fired. Chen Jialua hurriedly dodged to the side. Even so, he was almost hit. He thought to himself that it was difficult to defend against a martial arts expert's shot, be it from the angle or the timing. The power was much greater than a normal person's shot. However, the opponent's shot did not hit. It was destined that this victory would belong to him. Chen Jialua quickly charged at the opponent. However, he was also somewhat wary of Su Liawu's inner strength. He planned to make use of his inconvenience. Just as he appeared at the side of the wheelchair, Su Liawu's left hand suddenly raised. Looking at the black muzzle, Chen Jialua was instantly dumbfounded. Why was there another gun? At this moment, he also understood that the opponent had purposely fired the first shot to numb him. Otherwise, even if he had two guns, he would not have been hit so easily. Bang! Chapter 2255. Big Brother Chen. Hua Qingtong and the others hurried over to check on him. Su Liawu took the opportunity to retreat to the side, a hint of mockery on his face. "Don't worry, I won't die." Chen Jialua opened his eyes weakly. He had managed to avoid being hit in his vitals in the nick of time, but he was still heavily injured. Hua Qingtong asked her companion to bandage Chen Jialua's wounds as she looked back at Su Liawu angrily. "You've already gone too far by using firearms, and now you're using such a despicable trick to injure people." Su Liawu sneered. "Miss Hua also came from the battlefield. Don't you think these words are ridiculous?" Hua Qingtong bit her lip. On the battlefield, one could do anything. Strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with Su Liawu's actions. "Fine, we'll settle this with His Highness sooner or later." Su Liawu laughed loudly. "I've heard too many meaningless threats like this over the years. In the end, didn't they all crawl under our Mongolian cavalry and beg for mercy?" The people of the Luan tribe turned pale, but there was nothing they could do. Western Xia was worried that the two sides would clash, so they quickly sent people to mediate and announced the start of the fourth match. The fourth match was between Su Zhu of Shaolin Temple and Wang Baobao of Riyang Palace. Song Qingshu was not sure what would happen if the two of them fought. Although Xu Zhu's martial arts were strong, Wang Baobao seemed to have cheated as well. Coupled with Wang Baobao's killing intent, it was hard to say who would win. However, what surprised him was that Wang Baobao did not appear after Su Zhu went on stage. Only then did he realize that Wang Baobao's seat was empty. Where did he go? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Because of Wang Baobao's absence, Su Zhu directly advanced to the next round. The audience, who had been waiting to see a fierce battle, was very disappointed. Although Wang Baobao was arrogant, his domineering aura attracted many people. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, everyone wanted him to win. Now that he was gone, other than Xiao Feng, who could barely get by, there was a cripple who liked to use dirty tricks, an ugly monk, and the most shameless Jia Baoyu. They actually let this kind of trash enter the top four. The surrounding people kept pointing at Song Qingshu. This caused Song Qingshu to be dumbfounded. He didn't expect everyone to have such a strong opinion of him. After the competition ended, Song Qingshu followed Xue Baochai back to the hostel to show his face. When night fell, he used tiredness as an excuse and closed the door early to sleep. Afterwards, he quietly slipped out. In any case, with his lightness skill, he wouldn't even be able to detect the slightest hint of red in the central plains, so naturally he wouldn't reveal any flaws. After leaving the guest house, he directly changed his appearance and entered the imperial palace. Knowing that he had arrived, Li Qinglu threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. "You bad guy, you haven't come to see me for so long." Li Qinglu wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu was stunned. "I think it's only been a few days. He's living a carefree and happy life outside. How would he remember us?" A cold voice sounded. It turned out that Mu Wanqing was also standing not far away. "How can I be as carefree and happy as I am? I am always thinking about you guys. Didn't I come to find you as soon as I have time?" Song Qingshu felt guilty, thinking that he was becoming more and more shameless. Reading room, Mu Wanqing sneered. "Now your tone of speech is becoming more and more like that bastard of a father of mine." Knowing that she was referring to Duan Zhengchun, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He hurriedly used his means to coax her. Li Qinglu knew that Mu Wanqing was famous for being tough on the outside but soft-hearted on the inside. Seeing that she was about to surrender, she hurriedly said, "Sister Mu, don't be fooled by him. Yesterday, the Tufan princess stayed in the Southern Song hostel. He was most likely having fun there last night." Song Qingshu's old face heated up. The princess of Jincheng looked gentle and virtuous on the outside, but she was extremely passionate and unrestrained in her bones. Last night, she really let him enjoy all the gentleness he could muster. However, at this moment, of course, he couldn't admit it. "There's nothing going on between us. Don't think too much." "Nothing going on?" Li Qinglu didn't buy it. "I don't know who sent her back to Class 1 Hall. I noticed that she clearly looked miserable before, but in the end, when you sent her back, her eyes were full of spring and her face was full of peach blossoms." Hee. Song Qingshu felt a headache and hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, why did the group of people in Tianbao suddenly disappear today?" Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, she knew what he was thinking, but she still answered, "According to our investigation, he seemed to have received a letter earlier, and then his expression changed greatly. He left in a hurry with his people. We couldn't stop him, so we let him go out of the city." His expression changed greatly? Song Qingshu's heart sank. Could it be that something happened to Zhao Min? For a moment, he couldn't help but worry. "Sister Mu, look at him. He must be thinking of other women again." Li Qinglu snorted discontentedly. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and picked her up. You little hussy, if I don't teach you a good lesson today, you won't know what a husband's power is. Being hugged by him, Li Qinglu's body instantly softened. She looked at him with seductive eyes. You have been obsessed with the Tufan princess for so long. Can you still teach me a lesson? Song Qingshu suddenly became angry. He could ignore other things, but how could he admit defeat in this kind of situation? He gave her a slap on her perky buttocks and carried her into the room. Adulterous couple. Mu Wanqing, who was standing to the side, secretly spat. She was much more conservative in this aspect, and was not as open-minded as Li Qinglu. Seeing this, she left with a red face. The three sisters had previously established a so-called offensive and defensive alliance, so at this time, they did not go up to fight for Li Qingshu. On the other side, in the Shaolin Temple's guest house, a group of people were discussing enthusiastically. Kongwen said, I was a little worried about Wang Baobao before. Today, he is not here, so Shuju's chances of winning have increased a lot. Yes, even if Su Liaowu was not injured, he would not be a match for Shuju, let alone now that his legs are broken. Another senior monk of the Kong generation nodded and said, However, we cannot be careless. The power of Su Liaowu's gun is amazing. If we are not careful and are shot, I am afraid that even the Vajra body may not be able to block it. A senior monk of the Xian generation analyzed. Yes, Bai Yuhuan's martial arts are clearly unfathomable, but she was seriously injured by him with one shot. Today, Chen Jialua also almost lost his life. Shuju, you must be careful tomorrow. A senior monk of the Fang generation reminded him. Shuju put his palms together. Martial granduncles, please rest assured. Although Su Liaowu's gun is powerful, as long as we are prepared in advance, it is not difficult to dodge it. Moreover, with the lesson from Benefactor Chen today, I will not be careless at all. At this moment, a long laugh came from the courtyard. Ha 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 ha, senior monks, are you all thinking about how to deal with me? Shuju and the others were shocked and hurried out to investigate. They saw Su Liaowu sitting in a wheelchair, with many Mongolian warriors and Japanese experts standing behind him. Chapter 2256. However, Kongwen was not too worried. Compared to Goryeo and Horazm, they had many more masters on their side. In addition, Su Liaowu had suffered some losses recently. If they really fought, Shaolin would not be afraid at all. The only trouble was the two Dong-ing masters, Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro. He had seen them fight in the joust for a spouse before. Both of their martial arts were quite good, and their ninjutsu was extremely strange. If they helped Su Liaowu, it would add a lot of variables. Seeing that the monks were at daggers drawn, Su Liaowu laughed. Masters, don't be so nervous. Today, I'm not here to fight. I have something to talk to you about. What does your highness want to talk about? Kongwen stood up. He was the most senior here, so naturally, he was in charge. Su Liaowu looked around and said lightly, What I want to talk about is very important. There are so many people here. Is it appropriate? Kongwen frowned. A few brothers next to him reminded him in a low voice, Be careful. Su Liaowu laughed. I've heard that Shaolin is the leading mountain in the martial arts world. Your 72 ultimate skills are even more famous. Why are you afraid of me, a man with injured legs? Hearing him say this, Kongwen could not refuse anymore, so as not to damage Shaolin's prestige. He stepped aside and made way for him. Your Highness, please come with me to the room to talk. Su Liaowu pointed at Shuju. This little monk can come with us. The Shaolin monks looked at each other. Although Shuju's martial arts were high, his seniority was very low. Normally, he would not participate in high-level meetings in front of outsiders. However, they did not know what Su Liaowu was planning. With Shuju, who was highly skilled in martial arts, watching over them, it was more reassuring. You guys stay outside as well. Su Liewu did not let Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kojiro enter the room. He ordered them and the Mongolian warriors to stay outside. The two nodded. Staying outside and watching the Shaolin masters, they could not help but feel a little itchy. They had long heard of Shaolin in Dong-ing and knew that Shaolin represented the highest level of martial arts in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. The two were crazy about martial arts and had an impulse to give it a try. However, considering that Su Liewu was still in the room, they did not dare to act rashly. If something happened to his safety, it would be a big problem. "May I know what is the matter, Your Highness?" After entering the room, Kongwen could not help but ask. Right now, only he, Shuju, and Su Liewu were in the room. Su Liewu sized up Shuju. "Nothing much. I just want this young master to withdraw from the competition tomorrow." "What?" Hearing this, the expressions of the remaining two people changed. Just a moment ago, the people of Shaolin had been celebrating Shuju's success. They had a great chance of becoming the champion, so how could they give up now? Before Shuju could speak, Kongwen directly refused. "Your Highness must be joking. Now that things have come to this, we can only rely on our own abilities to win. Although Your Highness' leg is injured, the two guns in your hands are no less powerful than the dragon saber and the heavenly sword. If you really fight, you might not necessarily lose, so why make such an unreasonable request?" Su Liewu shook his finger. "No, this is not a request. You must agree." Shuju was so angry that he laughed. "Your Highness is too domineering. Although the Mongolians are strong, they can't control our Shaolin temple." Su Liewu did not get angry. He just looked at him with a faint smile. "Young master, do you have 9 scars on your back and 2 buttocks?" Shuju felt a chill run down his spine. How do you know? He had never mentioned the scars to anyone. Moreover, the scars were hidden in such a hidden place. Perhaps his fellow disciples in Shaolin Temple had accidentally seen the scars on his back, but they would never know that he had scars on his buttock. The Mongolian Empire attaches great importance to the collection of information. "There is nothing in the world that we don't know," Su Liewu said proudly. 24 years ago, a beautiful, gentle, and dignified girl was lured by a man with great martial arts skills. They met in the Purple Cloud Cave. Later, he called Granny Qiao to deliver the baby. Kong Wen's expression changed dramatically. As a senior member of Shaolin Temple, he was one of the few people who knew about Shuju's background. "Your Highness's action is not honorable. Moreover, no one will believe your empty words." "Empty words? I don't know if Granny Qiao can be counted as a witness. Is the cassock wrapped around the baby evidence?" Su Liewu laughed. "Besides, in order to win, we Mongolians will do anything. In our opinion, only the final winner is qualified to leave behind a voice." Shuju was silent. In fact, he had vaguely guessed his background. Although he did not know who his biological father was, he was sure that he was one of the senior monks. Otherwise, he would not have received so much care since he was a child, and he would not have had so many adventures that other disciples of the Su generation could not have. Seeing the ugly expressions on their faces, Su Liewu stopped laughing. "You two don't have to be sad. In my opinion, even if this young master becomes the emperor's son-in-law of Xixia, it will not be a good thing. On the contrary, it will affect the reputation of Shaolin Temple. As long as you are on good terms with Mongolia and help us unify the world, in the future, Buddhism will be the national religion of Mongolia." "Are you serious?" Kongwen was instantly moved. It should be known that everything the Shaolin Temple had done over the years was just to promote its own ideas and win the support of the officials of various countries. For thousands of years, Buddhism and Taoism had been on the rise and fall, and Buddhism had experienced incomparable glory, but also the pain of the 3 martial arts destroying Buddhism. In the past, Emperor Huizong of Song had strongly advocated Taoism, and in addition, Chai Rong had destroyed Buddhism. Buddhism had been looking for an opportunity to revive. Today, among all the countries in the world, only Mongolia was the strongest. If it unified the world in the future and really made Buddhism the national religion, the efforts of those generations would finally bear fruit. Of course it's true. Su Lyewu was smiling on the surface, but he was sneering inwardly. In any case, Tantric Buddhism was also Buddhism, so he was not lying. Kong Wen's expression changed. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, we promise you." Su Lyewu smiled with satisfaction. "In the future, we will need more help from the senior monks of your temple. After all, we Mongolians value merit the most. Only in this way can we convince other sections." Amitba. Kongwen put his palms together and said, "As long as it doesn't violate the commandments of our temple and the morality of Jianghu, we will naturally be duty-bound." After a private discussion about the relevant details, Su Lyewu returned to the Mongolian guesthouse with satisfaction. The Liu brothers were already waiting there respectfully. What's going on with that Jiabaoyu? How could he overcome all difficulties and reach this stage? Su Lyewu asked in a deep voice. The Liu brothers looked at each other and said hurriedly, "Your Highness, you can rest assured. Jiabaoyu is famous for being ignorant and incompetent. His continuous advancement is purely a coincidence." Coincidence? Once or twice is a coincidence, but so many times, is it really a coincidence? Su Lyewu said thoughtfully. Chapter 2257. After returning to his room, Song Qingshu fell asleep immediately. Xue Baochai didn't see him the next day, so she knocked on the door and said, "What time is it? Why don't you get up? The competition is about to start." She knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. If she didn't know from Zhongyuan and Dian Hong that he was in the room, she would have already broken in. After a long time, the door was opened. Xue Baochai was shocked when she noticed the dark circles under his eyes and his listless appearance. "What's wrong with you?" Song Qingshu yawned and said, "Maybe I didn't sleep well." Xue Baochai looked suspicious and asked, "Didn't you go back to your room early last night? Really?" Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Maybe too many things have happened recently, and I'm not used to the climate. I couldn't sleep last night and only fell asleep very late." He counted with his fingers and realized that he had not stopped sleeping recently. If he didn't have the Joy Zen to protect himself, other strong men would have become dregs. "You are about to compete. How can you be in this state?" Xue Baochai frowned. Xue Pan, who passed by, couldn't help laughing and said, "Sister, you really take him seriously. Today, he is facing the king of the south courtyard of Liao, Xiao Feng. No matter how good he is, he has no chance." Xue Baochai came to her senses and couldn't help but laugh. Yes. I didn't react in time. He has come all the way, so I feel it's a pity to give up." It should be known that she only hoped to appear in the group before. At that time, she would have an explanation when she returned to Lin Nun, so that she would not be a joke. Who expected that he did not know what kind of dog shit luck? He stepped on, and actually went all the way to the semi-final. Song Qingshu didn't take Xue Pan's words seriously. He knew that Xue Pan didn't have any malicious intentions and it was just a quarrel between bad friends. That's not necessarily true. What if I can advance? With Xiao Feng's strength, there was really no trick, so he could only show his martial arts. Fortunately, he had foreshadowed the matter on the Island of Heroes, so Xue Baochai and the others wouldn't be so abrupt. "You can defeat Xiao Feng? If you win, I'll pay for you to spend the next year drinking." Xue Pan laughed heartily. Song Qingshu's expression changed. Don't look for me to drink with girls. Are you kidding me? I'm already so busy at home. How could I have the mood to go to a brothel?" Xue Pan still wanted to say something, but his sister had already pulled his ear and dragged him to the side. "It's fine if you go to those filthy places, but why do you have to lead Baoyu astray?" Xue Pan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "I led him astray? This guy is full of evil tricks. He's much more playful than me. Soon, the group arrived at the drill ground. Although the number of people competing was decreasing, the enthusiasm of the audience was increasing. King Xiao, King Xiao. As soon as Song Qingshu stepped into the drill ground, he heard a tsunami of shouts calling out to Xiao Feng. Apart from asking him to teach him a lesson, the person who came to make up the numbers, the slogan that was shouted the most was actually to beat the shit out of him? Looking over, he saw Duguming jumping up and down from Peerless City's side. He was probably the one who started this slogan. Shui Baochai tugged on his sleeve. Admit defeat when you get on the stage. Otherwise, if you really get beaten out, I'm going to ignore you. Song Qingshu was speechless. Xiao Feng is a gentleman. How could he be so heavy-handed? After saying that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did that mean that he was a despicable person for beating the shit out of Duguming? In the end, Song Qingshu still got on the stage first. He was greeted by a wave of boos, but he didn't care. He continued to stand on the stage calmly. Watching Yilu Nanxian, Li Qinglu, and the others saw this and thought that Song Qingshu's temperament was extraordinary. However, in the eyes of others, they felt that he was a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water. Next, a group of people shouted for Xiao Feng to get on the stage, but they still didn't see him. Everyone looked in the direction of Liao and saw that Liao was also anxiously looking in the direction of the drill ground. Soon, a Liao warrior rushed over and handed him a letter. After reading it, his expression changed several times. In the end, he had no choice but to go on the stage and tell them that Xiao Feng had already left. It turned out that the battle with Yu Tanji yesterday had brought back memories of the virtuous gathering manner. He couldn't help but miss Azu. Moreover, he didn't care about marrying some Xixia princess. There was no point in staying, so he left a farewell letter. Hearing that Xiao Feng had left, the crowd sighed with regret. However, what followed was a surge of anger. How could that ignorant playboy on the stage be lucky enough to advance to the finals? So you're blaming me? Song Qingshu shrugged. He didn't expect that Xiao Feng would leave without saying goodbye. He originally thought that there would be a huge battle today. After all, Li Qinglu had threatened him in every way possible last night, saying that he would definitely compete in the martial arts tournament so that she could gain face. Shameless! Many people were provoked to the point that they couldn't take it anymore. They were so angry that they rushed up the stage to beat him up. After all, in their eyes, anyone here could beat him up. Fortunately, the elites from Class 1 Hall had long since been on guard near the stage, and they blocked those people. Duan Yanqing quickly threw the hateful person off the stage. Damn it, you're the one who causes trouble every single time, and we have to clean up after you. Next, he had to quickly start another battle to divert attention. Congratulations! When Song Qingshu returned to his seat, Shui Baochai's eyes were like crescent moons. Which woman didn't want the person she loved to be more powerful? She didn't care how he won. Thank you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at Shui Pan, only to see the latter's dumbfounded expression. You're way too lucky. Why don't I have such luck? Shui Baochai ignored Ling Luan's brother and moved closer to Song Qingshu to ask, Baoyu, who do you think will win? She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Song Qingshu's words were very convincing. Looking at Xuzhu and Su Liewu, Song Qingshu said in a low voice, if nothing unexpected happens, Xuzhu will win. Even if Su Liewu holds a spear with both hands, it will be difficult for him to move. Xuzhu's martial arts are too high, and he's also on guard. He won't be like Chun Jialuo and the others. However, things were just that unexpected. After Xuzhu went up the stage, he said, Ami Kof, I've thought about it, but I can't think of a way to defeat your Highness Gun, so I admit defeat this time. If he pretended to lose after the fight started, it would be too damaging to Shaolin's reputation. He might as well admit defeat right from the start and leave a reputation for being magnanimous. Another one admits defeat? All the spectators were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that the two semi-finals would end so dramatically. It's no wonder. The gun is so powerful, and anyone who touches it will either die or be seriously injured. This little monk is quite smart. Plus, it's easy to offend the powerful Mongolians. Most of the spectators thought the same. Only a few true experts frowned. They could see that Shuju's chances of winning were very high, so why would he admit defeat directly? The Xixia side also hadn't expected that the competition would end like this, and they were all stunned. In the end, someone in the audience shouted, "Since we haven't fought a single match today, why don't we start the finals directly? Yes, 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 kill that shameless guy with one shot. But he's so lucky. What if something happens to his opponent when he goes up the stage? Damn, if he can win, I'll never drink again." Chapter 2258. This isn't fair. The finals are clearly scheduled to be held tomorrow, so why do they have to fight today? Hearing that those people wanted to immediately start fighting, Xue Baochai immediately felt indignant. She naturally knew Jia Baoyu's background. Even if Su Liewu had a broken leg, she still wouldn't be able to beat him, not to mention that he was holding 2 muskets. If they fought tomorrow, they would at least have a day to think of a countermeasure. Even if they couldn't do anything in the end, they could at least enjoy the joy of entering the finals. If they were beaten down right after they advanced, wouldn't they become the biggest joke in the world? Hearing her words, those people shouted even louder, "Today, his opponent didn't even appear, and there's no such thing as exhaustion." Su Liewu at least said a few words to his opponent, so in the end, Su Liewu is still at a disadvantage. That's right, that's right. Pretty boy surnamed Jia, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? These people of the pugilistic world were all incomparably vulgar. In addition, Jia Baoyu clearly didn't have any ability, but he had actually gotten lucky all the way to the finals. How could the people below be convinced? They couldn't wait for him to immediately go on stage and make a fool of himself. That group of people was very excited. Xue Baochai alone couldn't do much, and the voices of opposition were quickly drowned out. At this time, Su Liewu also spoke. This king doesn't mind starting the finals right now. If his opponent in the finals was Xiaofeng, he definitely wouldn't agree to fight immediately. With an extra day, he could calmly plan a way to deal with Xiaofeng, but his opponent was Jia Baoyu. He didn't care at all. Getting first place earlier would save him a lot of trouble. Everyone's gaze fell on Song Qinshu. This way, all the pressure was on him. Yelu Nanxian also looked at him worriedly. Now that things had reached this point, it wouldn't be easy for her to clean up. Song Qinshu calmly nodded his head. Yelu Nanxian finally came out and said, "Since it's like this, then the finals will be held today. Both sides first prepare yourselves." Xue Baochai's heart was in a mess. She hurriedly pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve and said, "You have to admit defeat as soon as you go up. Don't try to be brave. You have to know that your opponent's gun is no joke. If someone was touched by the gun, he would be seriously injured, and it would be too late to save him." The Mongolians had always been arrogant, and they wouldn't care about the life of a playboy from the Song dynasty. If something really happened, the Song dynasty wouldn't go against the Mongolians for the son of the rebellious Jia Sherdao. Maybe some people in the court would like to see that happen. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Song Qingshu patted her hand to comfort her. He then turned to Xuepan and said, "Is it too late to bet now? We can make it in time. The major gambling houses have many people in the drill grounds. They can accept bets on the spot." Xuepan nodded instinctively. Song Qinshu took out a stack of silver notes and stuffed it into his hand. "Take out all of the money you have." Xuepan couldn't help but laugh. "You're so smart. You bet on Su Liewu in advance. At least you can earn some medical fees. However, the odds are so low that you won't be able to make much money." Song Qingshu stared at him like he was looking at an idiot. "Don't mess around. Bet all of your money on me. Bet on you. Shui Pan's eyes widened. Shui Baochai was even more stunned. Don't mess around. Shui Baochai was really anxious. She thought it would be great if Sister Yang was here. She could keep stopping him. It's not embarrassing to lose to a Mongolian king. Furthermore, you've already made it to the finals. It's good enough for you to go back to Jiangnan. Don't do anything stupid. Even Shui Pan couldn't help but advise, bro, he's holding a gun. If you're barehanded, you can give it a try for the sake of money. But if you're hit by this thing, you'll become a sieve. Don't worry, I have a way to beat him. Song Qingshu's expression was exceptionally calm. As if sensing his emotions, Shui Baochai gradually calmed down. However, for some reason, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was a little strange. He seemed to know some kung fu of the Isle of Heroes. Could it be that the childhood friend who grew up with her was also a hidden kung fu master? TXT the Liu brothers, who were not far away, also heard their conversation and looked at each other. Liu Shixing couldn't help but whisper, "Why is this kid so confident? Does he really have a trump card? Should we inform His Highness?" LV Sherdao shook his head and said, "How can we inform him in public? What's more, I just assured the prince yesterday that this boy is nothing to worry about. If I say the opposite now, won't I be contradicting myself? What will we become in His Highness's heart? But what if this kid really has a powerful trump card?" LV Shixing was still very worried. LV Sherdao sneered and said, "What kind of trump card can he have? Others may not know his background, but do you think we don't? Even if he has learned some kung fu on the Isle of Heroes, he is still far from being His Highness's match." LV Shixing finally relaxed and said, "Not bad, not bad. His Highness still has 2 guns in his hands. Even if he faces the top kung fu masters of the Jianghu, it won't be a problem." At this moment, Song Qingshu had already stepped onto the arena. Looking at Su Liewu, who was in a wheelchair, he cupped his hands and said, "His Highness, you and I have overcome many difficulties and defeated many top kung fu masters. Finally, we will meet in the finals. We are truly the peerless pair. Next, we will join hands and give the audience a fierce battle. It will be a great story." This time, even Yelu Nanxian and the other people who knew the truth had a strange expression. Su Liewu could barely be considered a peerless pair. After all, he had defeated a few kung fu masters, but how many times had he fought? Su Liewu looked at him as if he was looking at a madman. Clearly, he was ashamed to be called the peerless pair with him. The people in the surroundings who disliked Su Liewu had already started cursing him, thinking how could there be such a shameless person in this world. Duan Yanqing and the other people from Class 1 Hall were cursing him in their hearts. The order that they had managed to maintain with great difficulty was almost broken by these angry spectators. Song Qingshu cleared his throat and suddenly said, "His Highness, this is a martial arts competition for espouse. Isn't it a bit against the rules for you to use firearms? This time's competition for espouse has always been a competition of the participants' overall strength. Being able to obtain a firearm from the western region is also a part of this prince's strength. If you have one, feel free to use it," Su Liewu said calmly. "I really don't have a firearm." Song Qingshu sighed. Shuang was the only one who had a firearm. The other firearms from the army were fully loaded and had a close range. How could he possibly bring one with him? Seeing his serious expression, Su Liewu suddenly laughed. "Of course, if you break your own legs right now, this prince doesn't mind throwing away the firearm and having a fair duel with you." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "I don't have much ability and can't provoke any powerful opponents, so I won't have my legs broken. I don't want to try either." Hearing him mention his scars, Su Liewu's face twitched. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Are you ready? If you are, then let's begin. Don't talk so much nonsense." "Wait a moment." Su Liewu was just about to attack when Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped him. I'm worried that I might accidentally injure His Highness. His Highness has many soldiers under him. I'm afraid that His Highness will take revenge after he descends." Tisk! Loud boos rang out in the surroundings. Sulyewu was so angry that he laughed. "If you can really injure me, then you have the ability. Everyone, listen up. If I am injured by this brat later, no one is allowed to pursue this matter." "His Highness is indeed righteous." Song Qingshu nodded. He turned around and said to the people from the southern Song dynasty, "Listen up. If I am injured by His Highness later, you are not allowed to seek revenge on His Highness." The people from the southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps all looked at each other. Shui Baochai stood nervously by the side of the arena, ready to go up and save him at any time. "Are you done talking nonsense? If you are, then let's begin." Sulyewu was not in a hurry to make his move. This time, not only did he want to win, he wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to show off his power in front of the Princess of Xixia and all the heroes of the world. Chapter 2259. What's this thing? Everyone was baffled by the sight of a black bead flying over. It looked like prayer beads, but what sort of hidden weapon was a prayer bead? Even if it was thrown to the ground, it shouldn't matter, right? But Sulyewu paled and hurriedly turned his wheelchair to the side, his posture unprecedentedly wretched. While everyone was confused, the black bead had already fallen to the ground where he had been standing. With a loud bang, a flame exploded, and a black hole was blasted into the arena. Thunder Fireball! A few of the people present had participated in the lion slaughtering assembly and finally recognized what kind of hidden weapon this was. The disciples of the Amei sect had used this to kill quite a few experts of the Jianghu. Sulyewu grimaced. It was one thing if others didn't recognize it, but how could he not recognize it? The thunder fireball had been invented by the Arabs after gunpowder had been brought to the West. He often fought against the Western kingdoms, so he naturally recognized it. Thus, before anyone could react, he had hurriedly dodged. "Your Highness is truly experienced and knowledgeable." Song Qingshu spoke of his admiration, but his hands did not hesitate. Several more black beads flew at Sulyewu. As Zhou Jiruo's man, how could he not make full use of the things of the Amei sect? He had long ago ordered his subordinates to make large-scale replicas of them. These kinds of hidden weapons were not suited to be used on the stage, but since Sulyewu had used a gun first, he had no more misgivings. This way, he wouldn't even need to expose his martial arts. It was the best of both worlds. As he saw several thunder fireballs flying at him, Sulyewu knew that it was too late to move his wheelchair. He hastily clapped his hands together and leaped off his stool. His martial arts had always been very high, and even though his legs were injured, he still had his internal energy. His leap was like the cry of a crane reaching the 9 heavens, and his posture was rather elegant. The cheers from the crowd even drowned out the sound of his wheelchair being blown to pieces. Sulyewu knew that he could not go on like this, so he immediately took out his gun, wanting to shoot him dead before he could attack again. But in the next second he was stunned, because more black pearls appeared in front of him. Now that he was in midair, there was no way he could dodge the attack. The only thing he could do was to curl up into a ball and circulate his inner force while using his hands to block the vital parts of his body. Bang, 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 a series of explosions rang out. Although it was daytime, a series of dazzling fireworks could still be seen in the sky. Following that, a charred body fell powerlessly onto the stage. Its hair had long been burnt off, and its body was smoking. The air was filled with a faint smell of meat. Roasted? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too tragic. The Mongolian warriors under Sulyewu's command had long since rushed onto the stage, all of them staring at Song Qingshu with bloodshot eyes. "Despicable scum! How dare you use hidden weapons to injure others?" Shui Baochai also recovered from her shock and hurriedly went up to protect him. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Everyone heard it just now. Your Highness said that using firearms is not against the rules, and I can use them as I please. He also made an agreement with me that if there are any injuries or deaths during the competition, the other side cannot pursue it. Are you going to go against your master's orders? You. Those people's expressions flickered. They naturally remembered Su Liewu's words, but who would have thought that His Highness would lose? In the end, his words had dug a big hole for himself. The winner of the competition has already been decided. Moreover, both sides have made an agreement beforehand. Please do not break the rules. Duan Yanqing and the others received Yelu Nanshan's instructions, and they all went up onto the stage to prevent the two sides from actually fighting. At this time Su Liewu, who was lying on the ground, let out a weak groan. Seeing that he was still alive, his subordinates were overjoyed. How could they care about causing trouble for Song Qingshu? They hurriedly carried him away to find someone to treat him. Song Qingshu had long since noticed that Suliwu was wearing a golden silk armor. Even Wei Xiaobao was able to get his hands on one. With the wealth of Mongolia, they naturally did not lack such things. Suliwu was also one of the most powerful princes in Mongolia, so he naturally had a lot of protective items on his body. That thunderbolt flame ball was not enough to take his life, but it was unavoidable that his skin and flesh would be torn apart. Even though Yelu Nanxian wanted to laugh in her heart, with her current status, she had no choice but to immediately stop the doctor from treating Su Liewu's injuries. The crowd fell into chaos. On the stage, Song Qingshu faintly sighed. I already said not to force my hand. Once I make a move, I will either die or be seriously injured. Before, those people all withdrew from the competition. You all thought that I was lucky, but in fact, it was their luck. How shameless! Seeing his expression, the same thought arose in the minds of all the spectators below the stage. However, this time was different from before. No one dared to curse out loud. After all, they had personally witnessed the power of the thunder fireball. If they angered him, what would happen if he threw one at them? Even Duguming, who had cursed the most fiercely, felt extremely fortunate. Compared to Su Liewu, being beaten until he sh*t didn't seem that big of a deal. The first thing Song Qingshu did when he got off the stage was to find Xuepan. Did you place your bets just now? Yes, I did. I made a killing. Xuepan was also beaming. In a moment, I will go to those gambling houses to collect the money. Suddenly, a resentful voice came from the side. Why do you have a thunder fireball? Even though there were many people who did not get along with Jia Baoyu, they were all from the southern Song dynasty. Seeing him win the championship, they were mostly happy. Only the Lu brothers and Qiu Tongfu were not happy. You didn't ask me. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at them. He had more or less guessed that they had colluded with the Mongols in secret. At this moment, the Lu brothers wanted to cry but had no tears. Yesterday, they had patted their chests in front of Su Liewu and said that Jia Baoyu was not capable and was nothing to be afraid of. In the end, after what happened today, the first thing Su Liewu would do when he recovered would probably be to settle the score with them. This time, they had gone through a lot of hardships to come to Xixia. In the end, they had finally made contact with the Mongols. But in the end, the Mongols had broken off just like that. Moreover, judging from the situation, the Mongols would not tolerate them in the future. It seemed like they had to find another way. They did not know if it was too late to work hard to woo the princess of Xixia. In any case, there was still a written examination after the martial examination. Who knew if the princess of Xixia would prefer those who were talented and romantic? When it came to writing, who were the scholars of the great Song dynasty afraid of? The official of the Class 1 hall announced the end of the martial examination. The written examination would be held in the Imperial Palace the next day. Only those who made it into the group of the martial examination had the right to participate. Someone immediately asked what the written examination was about. Was it a test of poetry or the art of warp and weft? The official of the Class 1 hall answered, "The questions for the written examination were personally set by the princess. We do not know the specifics, but in general, it is to test the true character of all the young masters. There is no need to make a last-minute effort." Chapter 2260. Song Qingshu recalled the scene in the imperial palace last night. He caressed the girl lying in his arms like a cat and asked her what the topic of the written exam was. Who knew that Li Qinglu would only put her face on his chest with a satisfied expression and wouldn't tell him? When he asked, she would just answer according to her heart. Song Qingshu immediately objected. What if he didn't answer well and someone else took first place in the written exam? Who knew that Li Qinglu would just roll her eyes and say, "In any case, I will be the judge. How can I let someone else take first place?" Song Qingshu thought that this was reasonable and didn't ask any more questions. This feeling of participating in the competition and being a judge is really refreshing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he thought of this. Is it so happy to be the champion of the martial examination? A girl's teasing voice came from behind. He turned around and saw Wanyan Zhongjie standing next to him. "Why wouldn't I be happy if I won?" Shui Baochai glared at her with slight hostility. This Jin Kingdom princess was too close to Baoyu. "Miss Shui, you are so happy now. Have you thought about what happens if he takes first place in the written exam tomorrow and becomes the prince consort of Xixia?" Wanyan Zhongjie snorted when he noticed that the girl was standing very close to Song Qingshu. "How is that possible? You don't need to worry about that." Shui Baochai was very familiar with Jia Baoyu. She knew that he was someone who would complain about having a headache whenever he touched the classic. How could he take first place in the written exam? Why not? Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly looked at her with pity in his eyes. "Did you think that he would take first place in the martial examination?" Hearing his words, Shui Baochai couldn't help but be startled. The joy in her heart suddenly disappeared. At this moment, she didn't know what kind of complicated feelings she had. While she was in a daze, Wanyan Zhongjie moved closer to Song Qingshu and said, "I was worried about you. Who knew that you had such a card up your sleeve? I didn't want to use it before. After all, it is against the rules to use it in the martial arts arena. Who knew that Su Liewu would break the rules first? I am sorry." Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. This opponent was really cooperative. "Big brother, you're really bad." Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't help but laugh. The Jin Kingdom and the Mongolians were mortal enemies. Seeing Su Liewu in such a miserable state, she was clearly very happy. Ahem, Shui Baochai had already regained her composure. Seeing how intimate the two were, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Baoyu, we should go back." Song Qingshu could only give Wanyan Zhongjie an apologetic look before being dragged back to the guesthouse by Shui Baochai. Ouyang Feng came to Wanyan Zhongjie's side and couldn't help but say, "No matter how many times this boy changes his identity, he always has beautiful women by his side." Wanyan Zhongjie also sighed deeply. Falling in love with an outstanding man is truly a double-edged sword. Ouyang Feng was speechless. "How old are you? Why are you pretending to be so profound?" After Song Qingshu and his entourage returned to the guesthouse, the Southern Song Diplomatic Corps came out to congratulate them. Of course, the Liu brothers and Qiu Tongfu all wore long faces. Shui Pan was the most excited. He said that he wanted to organize a banquet and drink to their heart's content. Because of the continuous incidents in the city, the diplomatic corps was under all kinds of control. The envoy group was under all kinds of control, so the group of young masters had long become indifferent. Hearing this, they all agreed. Shui Baochai didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so she agreed. Not long after, guests came to visit. The first to arrive were Galdan and the people from the House of Dual Cultivators. They had been enemies with the Mongolians for many years. Today, seeing the insufferably arrogant Su Liewu in such a miserable state, they were naturally very happy. 9 biscuits, Chinese, of course, the people from Peerless City didn't come. After all, Du Gumming had been beaten so badly by Jia Baoyu that they couldn't bring themselves to come. The people of the southern Song dynasty were very welcoming to their arrival. Galdan was fine, but everyone in the dual cultivator mansion was a beauty, especially the dual cultivator princess and the dual cultivator madam. Even their maids were all beautiful. The group of young masters had long been stifled during this period of time, so they all gathered around and asked about their well-being. Even if they couldn't eat swan meat, smelling the swan's fragrance was also good. The princess of dual cultivators had originally come for Song Qingshu. However, in front of so many people, she couldn't be too obvious. She was worried that her identity would be exposed, so she could only half-heartedly entertain Xuepan and the others. Next, the people from the Wooden Table Ethics Department and the Ming Dynasty also came. Because Chen Jialuo had been severely injured by Su Liewu, Hua Qingtong and the others had suppressed their anger. Today, when they saw that Song Qingshu had given them a taste of their own medicine, they finally understood. Naturally, they had come to thank this young master who had avenged them. Moreover, he had saved them when they were poisoned. Therefore, they had specially prepared a generous gift when they came. Generous gift? What good things can you people from the bitter cold borderlands have? Lu Shisheng, who was at the side, was already very unhappy and decided to make things difficult for both sides. Therefore, he directly jumped out and opened the gift box. There was a dazzling treasure light, and in the box was a white jade bottle that was 1 foot and 2 inches tall. It was crystal clear and soft, and was incomparably clean. One look and one could tell that it was an extremely precious treasure. Everyone present quietened down. However, their attention was not on the jade bottle itself, but on the painting of a beauty on the bottle. This beauty had a long braid and a small hat. She was dressed in the attire of a Hui girl, and a short sword hung at her waist. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her radiance was oppressive. Her eyes flowed with intelligence, and her cherry lips moved as if she was about to walk out of the painting. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned. The girl on the bottle not only had Qin Yuan's peerless beauty, but also Xiao Longnu's otherworldly aura. She was truly a woman who had the fortune of heaven and earth in one body. This should be that Princess Xiang Bela. Everyone thought that when they saw Hua Qingtong, they thought that her figure was already rare in the Mu Zhuoluan tribe. Who knew that the person on the bottle was even more beautiful? Could it be that the Mu Zhuoluan tribe really had so many beauties? No wonder the Mongols had always wanted to conquer this tribe. However, they quickly realized that this was just a painting. How could there really be such a beautiful person in the world? As if she had seen through everyone's doubts, Hua Qingtong pursed her lips and smiled. This was painted by the most famous painter of my tribe, Si Ying. This pair of jade bottles originally belonged to my younger sister, Kazli. The beauty in the painting is her portrait. Young Master Jia has done a great favor for my tribe, so this jade bottle is a gift to you. The people around him sucked in a sharp breath. It's actually a real person. The third mistress of the Mu Zhuoluan tribe? There really is such a beauty in the world. It turns out that the most beautiful princess Xiang Bela in the desert was not a lie. Song Qingshu was stunned and said hurriedly, "Since this is third mistress's favorite item, how can I snatch it away?" Hua Qingtong smiled and said, "My younger sister has always been troubled by not being able to contribute to the tribe. This time, when she found out that I came to contact the heroes from all over the world, she specially passed this bottle to me as a gift. Not only did you save my life, you also taught that dog Su Liewu a lesson and helped us vent our anger. Naturally, you deserve it." Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Song Qingshu had no choice but to accept it. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Xuepan, who was at the side, snatched the bottle away. The group of young masters surrounded the beauty on the bottle and commented on it, swallowing their saliva. Compared to Miss Wa's gift, these from my tribe seem a little tacky. Yang Xiao smiled bitterly. The Ming dynasty was located in the west regions and was rich in gemstones. However, no matter how beautiful the gemstones were, how could they compare to the dazzling beauty of Princess Xiang Bela? Thank you, left emissary Yang. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He did not expect the Ming dynasty to give him a gift one day. Chapter 2261. In the lion-slaying convention, Zhou Zhiruo and the Amei faction had made a name for themselves, not only because of her Nine Sutra, but also because of the Thunderbolt Fireball. The people of the Ming dynasty had witnessed the power of the Thunderbolt Fireball, so they were impressed. Because of all the things in the past, and the fact that Zhou Zhiruo fell in love with Song Qingshu, the people of the Ming dynasty didn't have a good impression of her. Yang Xiao was shrewd, so he didn't bring it up. However, Zhou Dian was a straightforward person, so he couldn't help but ask. This time, everyone looked at Song Qingshu. Even Xue Baochai's eyes were a little suspicious. She had never known that Baoyu had a thunderbolt flame ball. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so worried. Song Qingshu knew that he would be asked, so he explained calmly. My father knows that my kung fu is weak, and he's afraid that I'll be hurt, so he gave it to me to protect myself. I can't use it unless I'm in danger. Everyone understood. Jia Sherdao was powerful, and the army of the southern Song dynasty also had firearms. It wasn't hard to get something like the Thunderbolt Fireball. Xue Baochai knew more. Even if Jia Sherdao didn't use his official identity, the Isle of Heroes had many ways to get the Thunderbolt Fireball. We're preparing for a banquet. If you don't mind, stay and have a drink. As the host of the banquet, Xue Baochai started to make arrangements. Galdan, the Ming dynasty, and the Wooden Table Luan department wanted to take this opportunity to get to know the southern Song dynasty and discuss the alliance against the Mongols, so they didn't refuse. When he was drinking, he noticed that the princess of two cultivators winked at him, so he followed her out. As he was wondering why she wanted to see him, a fragrant wind rushed into his arms as soon as he went around the corridor. Song Qingshu, I don't want to leave you. The princess of two cultivators hugged him tightly, as if she would run away if she let go of him. What's wrong, Zixian? Feeling the girl's abnormal mood, Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair and asked. The wushu test is over. I'm afraid we'll have to return to the western region after the theory test tomorrow. There was a hint of sobbing in the princess's voice. Based on her previous judgment, both Galdan and Duguming had little hope of passing the written examination tomorrow. Moreover, the main purpose of Galdan's trip wasn't to find a bride, but to contact various potential anti-Ming forces. Now that he had achieved his goal, he would most likely leave after the written examination tomorrow. Song Qingshu comforted her softly. Don't worry, I'll go to Peerless City to see you soon. Really? The dual cultivator princess widened her eyes in surprise. She had thought that this separation would be eternal. After all, Peerless City was thousands of miles away from the Central Plains. Of course it's true. I'm not the kind of person who runs away after eating, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Song Lang, what greeted him was a passionate kiss. After a while, Song Qingshu felt that the body of the girl in his arms was getting softer and softer, and his eyes were about to drip water. He couldn't help but be shocked. Who knows when someone will come here? The dual cultivator princess bit her lips, and there was a hint of charm in her eyes. She said softly, actually, it's not impossible if we hurry up. The inner force that Song Qingshu cultivated had an irresistible attraction to the women of the Dual Cultivation Institute. How could the women of the Dual Cultivation Institute not have an indescribable attraction to Song Qingshu? If it was someone else, Song Qingshu might have hesitated. After all, his legs had been a little weak for the past 2 days, and he almost couldn't get up this morning. However, the dual cultivator princess was different. Her cultivation technique was the best nourishment for a man, and he didn't need to expend much effort from start to finish. Hilarious. Although this place could barely be considered secluded, it wasn't like no one would pass by. Thinking about the large group of people in the front hall, the two of them could be said to be extremely nervous. After a while, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed because he sensed that someone was nearby. If this matter was leaked, it would be troublesome. He reached to the side and grabbed the other person's neck, planning to subdue her and then use the soul transfer technique to erase her memory. Unexpectedly, a delicate cry rang out. When they saw the other person's appearance, all three of them were stunned. It turned out that the person who had been grabbed by the neck was the dual cultivator princess, Gu Ningqing. Song Qingshu awkwardly withdrew his hand. He could use force on others, but how could he use force on her? Gu Ningqing had just seen her daughter quietly leave the table, and vaguely guessed what was going on. She was worried that the two of them would make a mistake, so she followed them to take a look. Who knew that these two would be so bold? Mother, Gu Zixian bit her lip tightly, and her entire head was almost lowered to the ground. This kind of situation was really too embarrassing. Gu Ningqing lowered her head to look at the two of them, and in an instant, 2 red clouds appeared on her oval face. This is simply nonsense. Quickly pack up and come out with me. Gu Zixian stuck out her tongue, and quickly tidied up her dress. Then, she was pulled out by Gu Ningqing by the hand. During the entire process, she kept turning back to look at Song Qingshu. The charm and lingering in her eyes was enough to soften a well-tempered steel. Song Qingshu's old face was also hot. From the beginning to the end, Gu Ningqing didn't say a single word to him. It was obvious that she was also dissatisfied with how he had defiled her daughter. It was only because he had done them a great favor that he didn't say anything. Looking at the surrounding environment, Song Qingshu was also a bit speechless. Just now, he was bewitched and fooling around. When he returned to the banquet, his expression was normal, and he enjoyed himself with the many guests. When night came, he went back to his room early and fell into a deep sleep. Xue Baochai had learned a few lessons from the past, and was worried that he would sneak out in the middle of the night and affect tomorrow's written exam. So, she ran to his room to check, and found that he was actually sleeping soundly. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Early the next morning, the various forces left the guest houses, and went to the Western Xia Imperial Palace together. The warriors of the first-class hall of Western Xia checked their name cards, and put them into the palace one by one. These days, they were already very familiar with these participants, and those who wanted to fish in troubled waters could not escape their discerning eyes. When they arrived at the Hall of Central Harmony, they saw that there were already dozens of youths and attendants attending the banquet. In the middle of the hall, there was a table and chairs covered with yellow satin embroidered with golden dragons. It was the throne of the Western Xia Emperor. The east and west tables were covered with purple satin. On the west table, there was a strange person covered in bandages. When the group of Mongolian warriors behind him saw the arrival of Song Qingshu, they all glared at him. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. This Su Liewu was really an unkillable cockroach. He was seriously injured, but he still forced himself to participate in the written exam in just one day? The officials of the first-class hall led Song Qingshu and his party to the main seat on the east side. Beside them was Wanyan Zhongjie of the Jin Kingdom, and next to Su Liewu was Nalan Rongrua of the Qin Kingdom. It was obvious that among the many disciples who participated in the recruitment this time, their status was the highest, and the Western Xia people also treated them with special respect. Of course, with Jia Baoyu's current status, he still couldn't afford to be treated with such respect, and a large part of it was because he had won first place in the martial arts competition. The other disciples of the nobility, and the ordinary talents of the common people were all seated at different tables. Everyone came in one after another and took their seats. Chapter 2262. Seeing this, Xue Baochai was shocked. She knew Jia Baoyu's background. Before, she could still use thunder fireballs, but now that they were in the palace, could she also use that thing? They had just fought for the championship. If she was drenched by the wine jug thrown by the loser in front of so many people, it would be really embarrassing. So she took the initiative to hit the flying jug with her palm, feeling a little anxious. Unfortunately, Sister Yang was not here, otherwise it would be better for her to take action in this situation. She was still a little weak, and might not be able to catch the flying jug. Everyone's attention in the hall was instantly attracted by the strange situation, and they all wanted to see how the two sides would deal with it. The wine jug seemed to have been blocked by an invisible wall of air, and then bounced back at an even faster speed. Seeing this, the Mongolian warriors around Su Liewu all circulated their energy, wanting to send the wine jug back. Who knew that just as they were about to attack, the jug would shatter in front of Su Liewu, and the wine inside spilled out, drenching the Mongolian warriors. The warriors hurriedly stood in front of Su Liewu, but how could they block something like water? Some of it still spilled onto him. Good! Wanyan Zhongjie clapped and cheered. Jin Meng was her mortal enemy, and she did not care about Su Liewu's face. The others in the hall could not help but cheer. This control of energy was too brilliant. They did not expect such a delicate and beautiful girl to have such a powerful cultivation. Many disciples began to ask which family this girl came from in the southern Song dynasty. If they could not marry the princess of Xixia, it would be good to pursue this girl. She was the best choice in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Only the person involved looked at her hand in a daze. Xue Baochai was also very confused. When did her energy become so high? Was it because Su Liewu was heavily injured and did not have much inner force? Song Qingshu smiled and leisurely drank his tea, hiding his strength and fame. The Mongolian side was furious, and they all drew their weapons and were about to rush over. At this time, 2 rows of people walked out of the inner hall. Some were dressed in tight clothes, while others were in loose robes. Most of them held strangely shaped weapons. Duan Yanqing shouted loudly, "Inside the palace, gentlemen, do not be rude. These people are from my country's Class 1 hall. If you are interested, you can fight one by one. Fighting in groups is not allowed." When Su Liewu noticed that Class 1 hall had a lot of elites, he snorted and stopped his subordinates from continuing to cause trouble. After this small setback, the hall gradually quieted down. When all the seats were filled, 2 generals on duty shouted, "All the guests have arrived, close the doors." Amidst the music, 2 thick doors were slowly pushed open by 4 guards with halberd. A group of golden-armored guards with long halberds in their hands walked out of the side corridor. The halberds shone brightly under the candlelight. Then, the drumming sounded again, and 2 groups of servants came out from the inner hall, each carrying a white jade incense burner, from which green smoke curled up. Everyone knew that the emperor of the western Xia country was ill, and the empress was the one who dealt with the daily affairs. They thought that they could finally see the legendary empress, so they held their breath and didn't utter a word. The last 4 servants were dressed in embroidered robes. They were not holding anything in their hands, and they stood on either side of the throne. Seeing that the temples of these 4 men were bulging, they realized that the Western Xia was indeed worthy of having fought against the Southern Song for many years without falling. The martial arts skill of these imperial bodyguards in the palace was really not low. One of the servants shouted, "Her Majesty the Empress is here. Welcome." Everyone knelt down. Of course, many of them didn't kneel down, but just slightly bowed. A beautiful figure came out of the hall and sat down on the throne. The servant shouted again, "Rise." Everyone stood up. Everyone looked up. It was the first time for many of them to see the Empress at such a close distance. She was so young and she was so beautiful. Everyone envied her, thinking that the Emperor of the Western Xia country was really lucky with women. But now the Emperor of the Western Xia country was sick, and the Empress was a widow at such a young age. What a waste! Some of the filthy people were eager to serve the Emperor of the Western Xia country, but they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to the Empress. Among the people in the hall, Duan Yu was the saddest. Looking at his sister, who used to call him Duan Lang, but now had become the noble mother of the country, and the way she looked at him was no different from the way she looked at other people. He suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, thinking, Sister Wan's appearance and temperament are not inferior to Miss Wang's. Why did I throw myself at Miss Wang? But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately shook his head. Duan Yu, she is your sister. How can you have such messy thoughts? You are really a bastard. Chapter 100 Literature. At this time, the Minister of the Ministry of Rites was standing next to the throne. He unfolded a scroll and read aloud. The Emperor of the Great Xia country says, You have answered the summons and come from afar, and I am very pleased. You have been bestowed with wine. Although it was Mu Wanqing who appeared, she still acted in the name of the Emperor. Everyone expressed their gratitude again. The servant shouted, Rise. Everyone stood up. The Minister of the Ministry of Rites said, Everyone, please sit down. Please drink and eat as much as you want. The palace eunuchs brought out bowls of dishes. The Western Xia country was a bitter and cold place in the northwest. Their daily diet was mainly cattle and sheep. Although it was a royal banquet, there were still large pieces of beef and mutton. Those who could enter the main hall were all rich and used to eating delicacies. All of them were worried about the written exam, so how could they have the mood to eat and drink? But seeing Mu Wanqing sitting upright and inviolable, they were worried that they would be rude, so they could only suppress their doubts. But Su Liawu didn't care so much. He quickly said, Empress, why didn't I see the princess come out? Looking at this young empress from such a close distance, her skin was really delicate. When I become the ruler of the Western Xia country one day, I will definitely press her under my body and pamper her. Feeling the invasive look in his eyes, Mu Wanqing was unhappy. Her expression immediately turned cold. The princess is in the Blue Phoenix Pavilion. Someone will take you there after the banquet. The reason she was here was to take a look at Song Qingshu. But now, Song Qingshu was wearing Jia Baoyu's appearance. The woman with the surname Xue next to him, and the Princess Wanyan next to him, all looked intimate with him. Just looking at them made people angry. Now that she was disgusted by Su Liawu, she simply got up and left. The crowd didn't expect this beautiful young empress to leave so quickly. They wanted to take a few more looks, but they didn't know how to make her stay. They could only eat and drink to their heart's content. After eating, they quickly went to the Blue Phoenix Pavilion to see the princess. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Even Duan Yu, who had no intention of finding a husband, wanted to see what this legendary princess looked like. They quickly finished eating and said that they wanted to see the princess. Very quickly, the Minister of Rites led the crowd through a large garden, through a few winding corridors, and past a row of fake mountains. In the distance, they could see the corner of a pavilion hidden among the flowers and trees. 2 palace lanterns were picked out by the side of the pavilion. The Minister of Rites led the crowd to the front of the pavilion and said in a clear voice, Guests from all over have come to see the princess. The pavilion door opened and 4 palace maids came out. Each of them carried a lantern made of light muslin. Behind them was a female official dressed in purple. She said, You have all come from afar. The princess invites you to enter the Blue Phoenix Pavilion to serve tea. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought, What the hell is Li Qinglu up to? Why is it so complicated? The crowd rushed in, all wanting to get a good seat. The closer they were to the princess, the better. Inside the pavilion was a large hall. The floor was covered with a thick woolen carpet. There were colorful flowers woven on the carpet, making it bright and eye-catching. Small tea tables were arranged in rows. On the tables were blue and white covered bowls. Next to each covered bowl was a blue and white plate. The plates were filled with cheese, pastries, and other pastries of 4 colors. At the end of the hall, there was a platform about 3 to 4 feet high. The floor was covered with a light yellow carpet. On the platform, there was a round stool with brocade cushions. Everyone thought that this must be the princess' seat. They pushed and shoved, trying to get closer to the platform to sit. People like Su Liewu respected their status, and did not want to compete with these people. Naturally, Song Qingshu was even more relaxed. After everyone was seated, the female official raised a small copper hammer and knocked it 3 times on a white jade cloud board. The hall immediately became silent, waiting quietly for the princess to come out. After a while, they heard the jingle of pendants. 8 palace maids in green walked out from the inner hall and stood on either side. Another moment later, a young girl in light green walked out with light footstep. Everyone's eyes lit up. They saw that this young girl had a slender figure. Her movements were refined and elegant. Her face was even more beautiful. Everyone secretly cheered. People say that Princess Yin Chuan's beauty is unparalleled. She really lives up to her reputation. Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that she was Li Qinglu's personal maid. She was called Xiao Lei or something. The young girl slowly walked to the platform and bowed slightly, paying her respects to everyone. When she came in, everyone had already stood up. When they saw her bowing, they all bowed to return the greeting. Some people saw that the princess was so humble and did not have the least bit of arrogance. They clicked their tongues and praised her. The young girl's eyes were on her nose was on her heart. She did not meet anyone's gaze. She looked very shy. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would startle her. They all thought, the princess is of noble birth and lives deep in the Forbidden Land. Suddenly seeing so many men, she must be like this. It suits her noble status. Chapter 2263. Only then did everyone realize that the girl in front of them was not a princess. They could not help but secretly rejoice. If a maid was so slender and beautiful, how beautiful would the real princess be? However, they immediately thought of the question raised by the princess and thought that the test should have begun. They frowned and thought hard. Although Xixia was not as good as Mongolia, Jin Kingdom, and Southern Song Dynasty, it was also a big country. As a princess, what kind of things had she not seen? It must be an extraordinary thing that could make the princess feel so magical. Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. He thought that these women were really the same for thousands of years. Even their way of thinking was the same. Wasn't this question deliberately digging a pit for everyone to jump into? At this time, the maid served tea and cakes to the people in the room one by one. The tea was good and the cakes were also exquisite. However, no one was in the mood to drink tea at this time. They were all thinking about the princess question. I think it's a beautiful bird. No, it should be a phoenix. Only a phoenix matches the princess. At this time, Siluo rushed to say. In his view, the imperial palace was heavily guarded, and the princess's bedroom was one of the most important places in the palace. It was impossible for outsiders to enter. Therefore, the only thing that could get close to the princess's bedroom was a bird. It must be an extraordinary bird that could surprise the princess who was used to seeing rare birds and beasts. He was very satisfied with his answer, and even more satisfied that he said it one step ahead. As the saying goes, one step ahead, one step at a time. Those who answered later could only copy others' words. Thinking that he and Li Yuanhao had been fighting each other for more than 10 years, and now he had a good chance to marry the princess of Xixia, he secretly felt happy. At that time, he must vent his anger against Li Yuanhao on the princess. When the people around heard his answer, they were very annoyed. They thought that why they didn't think of it and let him take the lead. I think it's a fish. It should be a koi that suddenly appeared in the pond. indicating that the princess will find a good son-in-law this time. Ziyusi of Dongying immediately followed suit and said quickly. Seeing that he had said what he wanted to say first, the others did not dare to hesitate and shouted out similar answers. It could be said that they had said all the birds and beasts. After asking around, the maid looked at Naylan Rongrua and said, I have long heard of Child Naylan's talent. I wonder what Child Naylan thinks? Naylan Rongrua excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was also very handsome. There were many unmarried women from various countries who were his fans. Naylan Rongrua bowed and replied modestly, I don't dare to claim to be a brilliant opinion. I think Princess may have seen the clouds in the sky this morning, and it evoked the matter of choosing a son-in-law. When everyone heard this, they all nodded their head. As expected of a gifted scholar, he had to be a little more ambitious. I think what the princess saw was the wind. Flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard, not the wind or the trees, but the heart. Su Zhu was inspired by him and thought of a Buddhist story. Quite a number of people felt that the little monk's speech was brilliant, but there were even more people who were dissatisfied. Hence, they pointed out that he was using a Buddhist gatha to fool people, and pointed out that he was actually a monk, in order to lower his image in the princess's heart. If it had been before, the people of Shaolin Temple would probably have rejected it. However, Su Liewu had already made a deal with them, and they had already achieved their goal for this trip. Thus, they did not care much about the position of Emperor's son-in-law. Everyone, please don't make a ruckus. The maidservant softly comforted the crowd. She then asked Su Liewu, what is the prince's answer? Su Liewu sat in his wheelchair and proudly replied, Princess is the descendant of an ambitious and ruthless hero. As the saying goes, a tiger's daughter comes from a family of generals. How could she care about some birds, beasts, winds, and clouds? In this prince's opinion, Princess should be surprised to see the imperial chi of our Mongolian Empire flourishing day by day. When the time comes, we will join forces and this prince will take Princess to see all the rivers and mountains in the world. His words made everyone who had previously replied look down on him. However, everyone was afraid of the might of the Mongolian Empire and did not dare to say anything. Wanyan Zhongjie did not care about that. Hearing this, he sneered and said, Imperial Chi? You Mongolians believe in the everlasting heaven and boast that you are the descendants of a wolf and a white deer. Even if you have any chi, it is wolf chi. What imperial chi? You really know how to put gold on your face. Su Liewu was furious. When the Mongolian Empire invades the south, the first country we will destroy will be the Jin Kingdom. Who doesn't know how to boast? In these past few years, I have not seen you gain any advantage. Wanyan Zhongjie did not back down and directly retorted. Because the two of them began to quarrel, the hall quickly became a mess. At this time, Xue Baochai saw that Song Qinshu was still leisurely drinking tea and eating snacks. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. How can you still be in the mood to eat here? Everyone has already answered, but you have not said anything. The snacks are delicious and the tea is also very good. Compared to the Longjing tea in Jiangnan, the tea here has a different flavor. Do you want to try it? Song Qinshu said as he handed over the cup. Seeing that he had drunk from the cup, Xue Baochai's face turned red. Why are you still making trouble at a time like this? Hurry up and tell that maid your answer. Song Qinshu looked at her strangely and said, Sister Bao, do you really want me to marry the princess? Xue Baochai was stunned. Yes, he had already won the martial arts competition. The better his answer was, the more likely he would be chosen as the emperor's son-in-law. Why did she have to rush him? However, he immediately reacted. How could the princess of Xixia like Baoyu? If she hadn't grown up with him, perhaps she would also. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Song Qinshu saw that she became shy as she spoke. He thought that these women's thoughts were really hard to understand. Seeing that the room was becoming more and more chaotic, The people of Class 1 Hall hurriedly came out to maintain order. Only then did the maid walk in front of Song Qinshu and ask, "Young master, what's your answer?" Song Qinshu swallowed the last snack and drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat before he said, "I don't know what's wrong with the princess's body. I know a little about the art of yellow medicine, and this time, I have brought a lot of expensive medicine with me. I can treat the princess." Si Baluo sneered and said, "What are you talking about? She is asking you what the princess saw." The others also criticized him. Only a few meticulous people suddenly realized that everyone seemed to have overlooked a piece of information. There was a trace of a smile on the maid's face. "Thank you for your concern, young master. The princess has just caught a cold. She will be fine after drinking some red bean porridge. By the way, young master, what's your answer?" Song Qinshu smiled slightly and said, "I think the princess must have seen wrongly. She thought that I came early, so she was pleasantly surprised. In fact, it didn't matter what the latter part of the question was. The key to the answer was the first half of the sentence about drinking medicine. However, the people of this era had never seen such a trick and were all fooled. Bah, shameless! Who do you think you are?" The others were originally not convinced that he was a lucky champion. Now that they heard him speak so arrogantly, they immediately cursed him. They thought that it was really in line with his previous shameless character. Who was the princess? They didn't know where he got the confidence that the princess would always think of him. Even Xue Baochai blushed. She thought that Baoyu was too hateful. However, it was good that he answered like this. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the princess took him as the princess's son-in-law. Chapter 2264. The maid replied, "Her Royal Highness invites all of you to come to the study room to appreciate the calligraphy and painting." Si Siluo angrily said, "This princess is really arrogant. First she invited us to a banquet, then she invited us to drink tea, and now she wants to appreciate some calligraphy and painting. She won't come out to meet us. Does she look down on the heroes of the world?" Si Siluo and the Xixia had been fighting for many years. He knew that the Xixia would not choose him as their son-in-law, so he was not afraid of offending the princess. As soon as he started, many discontented childs began to clamor. "Please don't misunderstand. Our princess has no intention of neglecting you." The maid was so anxious that she was about to cry. But no matter how she explained, no one believed her. Duan Yu couldn't bear to see a little girl like her blushing face. He stepped forward and said, "Prince, you are wrong. Her Royal Highness first invited us to a banquet, then she invited us to drink tea, and now she wants to appreciate the calligraphy and painting. Obviously, she wants to test our character and literary talent. Maybe she has been recording our words and actions since just now. This way, she can show you your true self. Don't let the princess down." Hearing his analysis, everyone felt that it was reasonable. They had been anxious about why the written test hadn't started yet. But the princess didn't tell them how the written test would be conducted. Maybe the test had already started when they entered the hall. Thinking of this, the group of people regretted that they didn't think of it earlier. They hurriedly tidied up their clothes, corrected their appearance, and didn't dare to make a fuss like before. Seeing that no one responded, Si Siluo could only snort resentfully. Following that, everyone obediently followed behind the maidservant. Very quickly, they walked through a long corridor. They were all secretly amazed. From the outside, this Blue Phoenix Pavilion doesn't look very grand. Who would have thought that there's such a big place inside? After walking through a corridor that was several tens of feet long, they arrived at two large stone doors. The maid took out a small piece of metal and knocked on the stone door a few times. The stone door creaked open. These people saw that the stone door was more than a foot thick and unusually strong. They whispered to themselves, "After we go in and close the stone door, won't we be caught in one fell swoop?" How do you know that the Xixia country didn't use the name of the princess to find a husband to attract the heroes of the world to throw themselves into the trap? Su Lai snorted, and took the lead to have his subordinates push the wheelchair in. The powerful Mongolian cavalry was his backing, and he did not believe that the Western Xia would dare to harm him. Someone hit the head. Everyone thought that since they were already here, they might as well take things as they came. Under these circumstances, no one was willing to show weakness, so they turned back. After everyone entered the door, the stone door slowly closed. Behind the door was another long passageway with oil lamps burning on the stone walls on both sides. After walking through the passageway, there was another stone door. After passing through the stone door, there was another passageway, and they passed through 3 large stone doors in a row. At that moment, even Su Liewu, who was originally the most confident among them, was a little surprised and bewildered. It was truly impossible for him to call for help in this place. With the guards he brought in, how could they possibly be a match for the many elites from Western Xia's Class 1 hall? Only Song Qingshu was calm and composed and swaggered to the front. When the people who were originally hesitant saw that Jia Baoyu, whom they had always looked down on, was so bold, they did not dare to lose face, and could only bite the bullet and follow. After turning a few more corners, they suddenly heard the sound of water gurgling, and arrived at the side of a deep stream. To suddenly see such a deep stream in the Forbidden Palace was really unimaginable. Everyone looked at each other, and some of the hot-tempered ones were almost about to explode. The palace maid said, "If you want to go to the inner study, you must pass through this orchid stream. Everyone, please." As she said this, she swayed her delicate body, and stepped into the deep stream. There were 4 bright torches beside the stream, and everyone could see that when she stepped down, she fell into the stream, and they could not help but cry out in surprise. Who knew that the palace maid's figure was graceful, and she gracefully walked over the stream in the air. Everyone was surprised, and they all thought that there must be some kind of iron chain on the stream to step on, otherwise there was no reason to walk in the air. When they took a closer look, they saw a steel wire from one side to the other, lying across the stream. But the steel wire was so thin, and it was painted black, and in the dark night, it was really difficult to see where the light from the torches could not reach. They saw that the stream was quite deep, and if they slipped and fell, even if their lives were not in danger, they would be very embarrassed. Xue Baochai could not help but pull Song Qingshu's sleeve and said, "Baoyu, there is such a place in the Xixia Imperial Palace. It is really strange, and we must be careful of fraud." In fact, Song Qingshu had never been here before. He mostly went to Li Qinglu's boudoir, and the layout of this place looked more like the forbidden area of Jianghu, which was really incompatible with the temperament of the Imperial Palace. But when he thought of Li Qiushui's existence, he felt relieved. The layout of this place was somewhat similar to that of the Misty Peaks Vulture Palace. Take the iron chain in the deep stream for example. The Vulture Palace also had such a checkpoint, but there was a cliff at the bottom, and the distance between the 2 sides was much wider than the one in front of him. This place must have been built by Li Qiushui to reminisce about the days when he was in the Xiaoyao sect. 52 Literature. Knowing that there was a steel wire below, everyone calmed down a little. To be able to pass the wushu selection, except for the fake Jia Baoyu, these people's martial arts were not weak. Immediately, someone took the lead to use the lightness skill, and stepped on the steel wire to the other side. Perhaps they remembered what Duan Yu had said just now. When they used the lightness skill, they showed off their lightness skill, hoping that the secret recording personnel would notice their valiant and heroic posture and say it to the princess. Su Lai was in a wheelchair, and it was difficult for him to move, but 2 subordinates, each carrying one end of him, carried him over like a palanquin. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. That night, he had almost annihilated all the top experts of the Mongolian diplomatic mission. Who knew that these seemingly ordinary guards had such a foundation in martial arts, and the Mongolian's strength could be seen clearly. "Bao Yu, hold my hand." At this time, Shui Baochai suddenly said to him in a low voice, and then a tender and soft little hand took his. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. This Shui Baochai was really good to Jia Baoyu, giving him all kinds of advice and caring. If she found out that the childhood sweetheart she liked was long gone, who knew how sad she would be? While he was in a daze, Shui Baochai had already flown over, holding his hand. Seeing the two of them holding hands, Yu Chai Xiuxing sneered, "Trash who only knows how to rely on women. Who are you calling trash?" "You are trash." Song Qingshu laughed, "Indeed, you are calling me trash." The surrounding people also laughed loudly. Although they did not like Jia Baoyu, they had always looked down on Woku people. Yu Chai Xiuxing said angrily, "What's the use of hiding behind a woman's back? Come out and fight me if you have the ability. If you have the ability, you should also find a woman to rely on. But looking at your appearance and height, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find an excellent woman." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I'm different. I'm naturally charming, and girls like me. Maybe the Xixia princess will fall in love with me at first sight." Shui Baochai was a little angry when she heard him say that she liked him, but she couldn't help but smile when she heard his confidence. Yu Chai Xiuxing sneered again and again. "These words will inevitably be passed to the princess, and she will recognize your lecherous nature." Song Qingshu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and continued to walk inside. At this time, the palace maid pressed a mechanism next to a rock, and a whooshing sound was heard. Then, the steel wire shrank into the grass, and disappeared without a trace. This made everyone tremble with fear. They all thought that this deep ravine was very wide, and it was difficult to fly over. Could it be that the Xixia country was up to no good? Otherwise, why would there be such a mechanism in the princess' study room? Everyone was secretly on guard, and no one had the mind to care about the matter of Jia Baoyu. Some people secretly regretted, "How could I be so stupid to not bring any weapons or concealed weapons when I entered the palace?" The palace maid said, "Everyone, please come here." Everyone followed her through a large pine forest, and arrived in front of a cave door. The palace maid knocked a few times, and the cave door opened. The palace maid said, "Please," and took the lead to go inside. Now, even Su Liewu was somewhat hesitant to go forward. Only Song Qingshu calmly walked inside. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of his eyes, and he found himself in the depths of a large hall. This hall was more than 3 times bigger than the Hall of Concentrated Fragrance, where they had been drinking tea. It was obviously a natural cave in the mountain peak, and it had been artificially decorated. The walls of the hall were polished very smooth, and there were paintings and calligraphy hanging everywhere. Ordinary caves would have moisture and water droplets, but this place was unusually dry. The paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls, and there was no sign of moisture. At the side of the hall was a large red sandalwood desk, on which were placed the 4 treasures of the study, stone tablets, and antique. There were also a few bookshelves, 3 or 4 stone stools, and a stone table. The palace maid said, "This is Her Highness the Princess' study room. Please feel free to admire the paintings and calligraphy." Everyone saw that the appearance and furnishings of this hall were very special. It was empty, and there was not the slightest smell of cosmetics. It was unexpectedly the princess' study room, and they were all very surprised. Today Song Qingshu saw another side of Li Qinglu, and remembered that she was also a dignified princess of a country. Most likely she was putting on such an awe-inspiring display for him to see, so that he could not look down on her. But looking at the way she was acting, most likely Li Qiushui had instigated it. Hearing the palace maid's words, everyone's heart jumped, and thought that it was really as Duan Yu said. Admiring paintings and calligraphy was not a lie, but taking the opportunity to examine everyone's literary talent was the real thing. So a group of people ran to the wall and appraised the paintings and calligraphy masters. But most of them were martial artists, and only Nalan Rongra, Duan Yu, and a few others knew how to really appraise, the rest were just pretending to know. Chapter 2265. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. They hurriedly looked back, and found a beautiful figure sitting at the head of the table. They couldn't see her face clearly because of the heavy curtains, but it was enough to see her graceful figure. She was definitely a top beauty. "Greetings, Princess." A group of people hurriedly went over to curry favor. The princess slowly opened her mouth and said, "Everyone has come from afar. I am very grateful for your hospitality. My humble country's hospitality is not satisfactory. Please forgive me. I would like to give each of you a piece of calligraphy and painting that I usually admire as a token of appreciation. These are all authentic works of famous artists. Please accept them. When you leave, please pick them from the wall." The princess's voice is so beautiful. I'm dying. Some people were whispering to each other. Originally, many people didn't have much hope when they came in, but when they saw the princess's graceful figure with their own eyes, and her voice was so pleasing to the ears, most of their bones immediately softened. No matter how slim the hope was, they all wanted to try their best. If they could really bring the beauty home, wouldn't that be great? The princess then repeated what she just said. "May I ask who is young Master Jia of the great song?" "I am." Shui Baochai pushed. Song Qingshu finally stood up and instantly became the target of public criticism. Even if the others looked down on him, they had to admit that he was indeed a good-looking man. In addition, he had a unique temperament, so he was really charming standing there. They were afraid that the princess would be temporarily deceived by his appearance, and wanted to expose his true face. However, reporting such things had always been looked down upon. They were worried that it would affect their image in the princess's heart, so no one dared to speak up easily. The study suddenly became quiet. Song Qingshu had a headache. He thought to himself, "This woman made such a big scene, how will it end later?" "I heard that young master is proficient in the art of Qi Huang?" Li Qinglu's voice carried a hint of a smile. "I dare not say that I am proficient in it, but I know a little." Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Shui Baochai rolled her eyes. "Since when did he know the art of Qi Huang?" "I do have a slight problem recently. It's mainly manifested in the body's weakness, and I can't sleep at night." "Does young master have any treatment?" Li Qinglu asked. "Princess must be worried about your prince consort, so it's inevitable that you're a little afraid. Wait until everything is settled and you've found your prince consort, then your illness will naturally be cured without any medicine." Song Qingshu's words were serious, but he was secretly thinking that she was just beginning to feel amorous. "Thank you for your auspicious words," Li Qinglu replied. "I can treat patients like this," Wang Yao said. Seeing that the two of them were chatting more and more, the people around them finally couldn't stand it anymore. They were worried that if they continued chatting, the princess would really take a fancy to them. Even Su Liawu opened his mouth and said, "Princess, this time, I have brought a few divine doctors with me. Some are from the Central Plains, and some are from the Western regions. All of them are top-notch medical experts. They will definitely be able to help Princess." "Thank you, Prince, for your good intentions. Prince suffered such heavy injuries yesterday, yet you're able to move around freely today. It's enough to show the brilliance of your country's doctors. However, this princess doesn't have any major problems, so there's no need to trouble your country's famous doctors." Li Qinglu tactfully declined. The expressions of the people in the surroundings instantly became strange. Some people almost laughed out loud. This Su Liawu recovering so quickly did indeed prove the brilliance of the doctors under him. However, why did it sound so strange? Su Liawu's expression darkened. This woman actually dared to poke at his scar. If it wasn't for the fact that her voice sounded sweet and innocent, as if she had done it unintentionally, he probably would have exploded on the spot. Xiaoxing, who was at the side, came out to divert everyone's attention. Princess, all of us have experienced untold hardships to come here. People like me have even traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here. Today we've eaten, drank tea, and admired paintings. We've finally waited for Princess to come out, but she's behind a curtain. Can you come out and let us see Princess? That's right, that's right. We all want to see Princess. His words instantly resonated with everyone. Many people present knew that their chances of marrying Princess were slim. If they could see Princess's appearance, they would at least be able to brag about it. Li Qinglu said, I've lived in my own room since I was young and have never seen outsiders. I once swore that I would only let my future husband see my appearance, so I'm sorry. When the noisy crowd heard her say this, they momentarily found it too embarrassing to insist. Love Chinese network Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, back then, you were like a demoness in Class 1 hall, showing your face everywhere, but now you're describing yourself as a daughter of a noble family. Duan Yu also smiled. He recalled that this rule was similar to Sister Wan's back then. However, he didn't know that Li Qinglu had learned this from Mu Wanqing. At this moment, Si Siluo opened his mouth and said, Princess, please quickly explain how the written examination will be conducted. When I become Princess's husband, I'll naturally be able to see Princess. His tone naturally attracted a lot of scolding. How arrogant! The Qingtang Empire is only located at the borders. Where does this confidence come from? Everyone, please don't hurt the harmony. Li Qinglu cleared her throat and said, I've prepared 3 questions here. Please answer them one by one. If we're fated to meet, we'll naturally meet. Alright. Princess, quickly ask the first question. Unexpectedly, Li Qinglu didn't speak at this moment. Her personal maid, Xiao Lei, spoke on her behalf. The questions that Princess wants to ask have already been told to me. The first question has already been asked. Everyone was startled. Only then did they remember that she had just asked the question in Ningxiang Hall. From the princess's reaction, it should be that brat Jia Baoyu's answer that suited her the best. All of them were extremely vexed. They wondered why they didn't notice the first half of the question and ended up being taken advantage of by Jia Baoyu. Su Liu's expression was also somewhat ugly. He snorted and said, Then what's the second question? Xiao Lei answered, When you're having a banquet with a group of friends, and one of your female friends gets drunk, will you send her home? Zhuang Juxian said in a low, muffled voice, that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Naturally, I'll have her own maid send her home. Quan Guanqing, who hadn't had much of a presence earlier, was worried for him. So he quickly taught him an answer. Hua Qingtong's brother, Hua Ai, also hurriedly said, I only have the princess in my heart. Why would I send another lady home? Everyone expressed that they didn't care about beauties and were absolute gentlemen. I will send her home, Duan Yu, who was at the side, said in an unsociable manner. The palace maid, Xiao Lei, asked curiously, Why? Duan Yu said, That female friend got drunk with me. If I don't personally send her home, if she encounters danger on the way and something happens to her, I won't be able to escape blame even if I die 100 times. Xiao Lei smiled and said, Crown Prince Duan is truly a modest gentleman and attentive. Duan Yu's face heated up. Miss, you flatter me. He thought that it was fortunate that Miss Wang wasn't here. Otherwise, she would think that he really wanted to be the son-in-law. What will His Highness do? Xiao Lei then turned to Su Liu. Chapter 2266. Tisk, the study was instantly filled with booze. At the same time, many people were secretly regretting that they had not thought of such an answer. Su Liu was the smartest and had figured out the meaning of the princess's question. At this time, Hua Qingtong, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly said, Your Highness, don't you feel guilty saying this? As far as I know, Your Highness has many beautiful women in your residence. Many of them are princesses and princes that you have taken after destroying the Western countries. How could someone like your Highness give up the rest for one woman?" Seeing that she had publicly undermined him, Su Liawu could not help but feel hatred in his heart. In the future, after he destroyed the wooden table Luan tribe, he would definitely capture the two of them and bring them to his residence to be humiliated. However, on the surface, he replied with a normal expression, "After I marry the princess will naturally be my official wife. How can those concubines compare to the princess?" Many of the young masters of the aristocratic families nodded. In this era, concubines were similar to servants. They could be given away as the master wished. Su Dongpa, who was famous in the northern Song dynasty, still gave his pregnant concubine to his friend. At the same time, it did not prevent him from writing a poem about his wife, 10 Years of Life and Death. Everyone had the same understanding, so no one could criticize Su Liawu for saying that. At this time, the maid Xiao Lei turned to Song Qinshu and said, "May I ask what young Master Jiao will do?" "Carry her to bed, of course," Song Qinshu replied, as if it was a matter of course. Xiao Lei was startled. Thinking that she had not heard clearly, she asked, "Whose bed?" Song Qinshu replied, "If it is in my home, of course it will be my bed. If it is outside, of course it will be to find a nearby bed." When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Shui Baochai thought that Baoyu was crazy. How could he say such a thing? Wouldn't this make the princess hate him? She had wanted to go forward and dissuade him, but she suddenly stopped. She thought that it was good that the princess hated him. If she really did make him her son-in-law, it would be troublesome. As she thought about it, a smile gradually appeared on her lips. Could it be that Baoyu said this on purpose for me? Cultured scum, cultured scum. Some of the older people had already begun to scold him with righteous indignation. He really is shameless. He can even take advantage of someone when they are down. Even Hua Qingtong, who had received his kindness before, frowned in dissatisfaction. "Young Master Jia, what's the difference between your actions and those despicable perverts like Tian Buguang and Yun Zhonghe in the pugilistic world?" Song Qinshu smiled. "Of course it's different. Miss Hua, would you drink with a random man and get drunk?" Hua Qingtong replied, "Of course not. I will only drink with people I know very well, but I will never get drunk." "Why?" Song Qinshu asked. Hua Qingtong frowned slightly. "What else can there be? I'm a girl, so I have to pay attention to this." "That's right." Song Qinshu smiled and said, "Even someone as straightforward as Miss Hua would be careful not to get drunk when drinking with close friends. However, this lady got drunk. This proves something." "What does it mean?" Not only Hua Qingtong, but the attention of the other people present was also attracted. "Lu Zhulin, it means that the lady is completely defenseless against this man. She doesn't even worry about being." Song Qinshu revealed a knowing smile. "There is only one situation where a woman will be like this, and that is when she likes this man." Everyone came to a sudden realization. His analysis did make some sense. Naylan Rongrua couldn't help but say, "But even if the lady likes him, he can't take advantage of her." Song Qinshu looked him up and down and said with a smile, "Young Master Naylan should still be a virgin, right?" The others burst out laughing. Shui Baochai secretly spat. Baoyu is getting more and more of a bastard now. She had also heard about Jia Baoyu and Shiren. However, for someone like her who came from a big family, it was common for her to have a personal maid in her room. She didn't think much of it. Naylan Rongrua's fair face became even redder. "Do I have anything to do with this matter?" "Of course it has something to do with you," Song Qinshu said. "Just because you are a virgin, you don't understand a woman's heart. You should know that if a woman doesn't like you, she won't get drunk no matter how much she drinks with you. However, if she likes you, she may get drunk after drinking 2 glasses of wine." As for whether she is really drunk or not, you have to experience it yourself. Song Qingshu continued, girls are very thin-skinned. She deliberately got drunk to create opportunities for you. If you still don't understand how to flirt, then you will really disappoint her. Everyone in the hall nodded subconsciously. Connecting it with their own experience, what he said did make some sense. However, there were still people who disagreed. But after all, this is an illicit affair without a matchmaker. How can it be? Song Qingshu spread his hands and said with a look of disdain, I only said to take her back to her bed. I didn't say what we were going to do. I just wanted to further deepen the relationship between us. In the end, your thoughts are too dirty. You. That person choked and couldn't say anything. At this time, Xiao Lei, the palace maid on the stage, smiled and said, Young Master Jias, your wise words are refreshing to this servant. Then I will go on to the princess's third question. Say it. The others were already impatient. Some of them hadn't performed well before and wanted to turn the tables with the last question. After all, this question was left to the end, so it must be of great importance. Xiao Lei nodded and said in a soft voice, If you and the princess were to get married and one day the princess suddenly said to you, Son-in-law, look, my dress is wrinkled. How would you answer? Duan Yu listened with a blank expression and said subconsciously, It's wrinkled? It'll be fine as long as it's even. Su Liewu couldn't help but sneer. Dali is indeed a small country on the border. Even the prince is so thrifty. However, our Mongolia is rich, so how can we let the princess suffer like this? At that time, I will give the princess 100 new dresses. I will gather famous tailors from all over the world to design beautiful dresses of different styles for the princess. The others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if someone wanted to imitate Su Liewu, they wouldn't be able to say it so naturally. After all, showing off required strength. Which country in the world could compare to Mongolia? Even Xue Baochai sighed inwardly. Although this Su Liewu was a bit arrogant, he really was very charming. If it was her who had been confessed like this, she would probably also be moved. The others all gave their own answers, but no one could answer as brilliantly as Su Liewu. All of them couldn't help but feel dejected. Chapter 2267. Everyone's gaze immediately landed on Song Qingshu. Even though they were somewhat disdainful of his performance in the arena, the angles in which he had answered these questions were rather tricky, and there were some fallacies in his reasoning. Right now, the best answer to this question had already been taken by Su Lai. They wanted to see what else he could say. Song Qingshu took a sip of tea unhurriedly. Then, he said in a leisurely manner, although Western Xia is not as vast as Mongolia, it is still a powerful country on the continent. As a princess of a country, how could she lack new clothes? On the surface, Your Highness is good to the princess, but in reality, you are slapping the princess's face and slapping the Western Xia's face. Su Liewu immediately became angry. Nonsense, this king definitely did not mean that. Song Qingshu waved his hand to indicate for him to calm down. The reason I said this is to say that the princess and the son-in-law said those things not because she did not have new clothes to wear and needed the son-in-law's help, but for another reason. Aren't you also misinterpreting the princess's meaning? Su Liewu sneered. Whether it is a misinterpretation or not, everyone has a scale in their hearts and can naturally judge. Song Qingshu was not angry and said slowly. The surrounding people nodded secretly. What he said did make some sense. How could the princess say those words to the son-in-law just for a few sets of clothes? Hearing the whispers around him, Su Liewu's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. This king would like to hear what Master Jia has to say. It may not be very high, but it should be closer to the princess's original meaning than what Your Highness said. Song Qingshu then said, The Tang people think that being fat is beautiful, but nowadays all countries think that being thin is beautiful. The young ladies and madams in the boudoir often have a headache because they want to eat snacks, but they are worried that they will become fat. If one day they find that they have become thin, they will naturally be overjoyed. Hua Qingtong, who was at the side, did not care about this. She spent all her time riding on the battlefield, and had never had such concerns. On the other side, Shui Baochai's face was slightly red because this was indeed the question that everyone in her circle was most concerned about. She thought, did I talk about this with Baoyu? How did he know so clearly? Su Liewu said angrily, what are you talking about? That's why it's said that Wang Yi usually only has those concubines to cater to you. You don't understand their hearts at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made this mistake. Song Qingshu shook his head. The princess excitedly ran to tell Fuma that her skirt had wrinkles. It wasn't because she wanted Fuma to buy a new one for her, but because she had gotten thinner recently and wanted her lover's sincere praise. I see. Although the people in the hall felt that his words were a little strange, it was not unreasonable after thinking about it carefully. However, Su Lai Wu was not willing to accept it. In the end, this is just your unreasonable speculation. What the princess thinks naturally needs to be judged by the princess. That's right. We've answered all 3 questions in a row. Princess, please tell us the result. The others began to shout. In fact, it was not a big deal to lose the selection. Instead, waiting for the results was the most torturous thing. Unexpectedly, the princess did not answer. Instead, she got up and walked into the inner hall. In the blink of an eye, her beautiful figure had already disappeared. Everyone in the hall became anxious. Why did the princess leave? Who is going to be the son-in-law? The maid Xiao Lei came out and said, everyone, please go to the fragrance hall outside to drink tea and rest. The paintings on the wall will be sent out for everyone to choose. If Her Highness wishes to meet with anyone, she will naturally send someone to invite them. Everyone came to a realization. It seemed that the princess could not make up her mind in such a short time and might need to think quietly. Also, if she announced the son-in-law in front of so many people, and there was only one son-in-law, wouldn't that make the other princes lose face? After thinking through the crux of the matter, everyone stopped shouting and went to choose the paintings they liked. These paintings were all works of famous artists. Although it was a bit exaggerated that they were worth cities, they were still very valuable. It was not a waste to take a painting. With the warriors of Class 1 hall leading the way, everyone walked out of the stone room and followed the old path back to the fragrance hall where they had been drinking tea. After a while, the eunuch brought out paintings and scrolls and asked everyone to choose one. These people were in a mess. They only cared about whether the princess would summon them. How could they have the mood to choose paintings? The peerless Tang Sectfoduan you had long taken a fancy to the painting Sword Dance by the Lake and snatched it. In the painting, a beautiful woman held a sword in her right hand and formed a sword sign with her left hand. She was dancing with a sword by the lake and a mountain. Her expression was elegant, bright, and charming. In an instant, his spirit flew around. One moment, he seemed to be beside Wang Yuyan, and the next moment, he seemed to be in the cave of the Wuliang mountain. After getting this painting, he did not care about the Xixia marriage selection anymore. Everyone drank tea and chatted, guessing the answers of so many people just now, not knowing which one suited the princess the most. After a long discussion, everyone agreed that Su Liewu and Jia Baoyu were more likely. Hearing their words, Su Liewu snorted. He was not worried about this at all. With his status as a Mongolian prince, even his own troops were stronger than Xixia's. How could Xixia let the princess marry someone else when he came personally to propose? These written and martial examinations were just an excuse for others to pretend to be fair. How can that playboy compete with me? Su Liewu sneered and subconsciously looked at Jia Baoyu. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Where is she? At this time, the others also noticed the abnormality. Why isn't Jia Baoyu here? Shui Baochai was shocked. She had been distracted and did not notice. Now, she realized that Jia Baoyu was not by her side. At this time, the maidservant Xiao Lei came out with a slight smile. My humble country has already chosen the prince consort. I have troubled everyone to come all the way here. Other than the paintings, my humble country has also prepared some meager gift. I hope everyone does not mind. What? The prince consort has been chosen? Who is it? A group of people surrounded her. Facing so many people at the same time, Xiao Lei was so scared that she took 2 steps back. She looked embarrassed. The prince consort is Jia Baoyu, young master Jia. What? Su Liewu had been smiling as he waited for the other party to make the announcement. Who knew that the result would be so unexpected? Are you kidding me? That pretty boy surnamed Jia. I can beat 10 of him. Sigh, who asked him to be a pretty boy? Little girls just like to be handsome. F***ck, why didn't my parents give me a more handsome son? Shui Baochai felt her hands and feet go cold. She subconsciously walked over and grabbed Xiao Lei's hand. Did you guys make a mistake? How could Jia Baoyu be the prince consort? Xiao Lei looked confused. Young Master Jia got first place in the combat examination, and his answers in the theory examination were the most suitable for the princess. If he wasn't the prince consort, who else could it be? Shui Baochai felt her mind go blank. She stood there in a daze. She did not know what was happening around her. Li Qinglu, who was hiding in the dark and observing, said sourly, "Your charm is really great. Even after you changed your appearance, you can't stop the lady from liking you so much." Song Qingshu shook his head. The one she likes is Jia Baoyu, his childhood sweetheart. Sigh, she must be feeling terrible right now. Tisk tsk. Look at how protective you are. Do you want me to send someone to keep her so that you can comfort her? Li Qinglu said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qingshu picked her up and hit her twice. You're full of evil tricks. Your husband is going to teach you a lesson. Come on, Li Qinglu crooked her finger, her eyes full of charm. Chapter 2268. On the side, Wanyan Zhongjie laughed out loud. 1,000,000 soldiers? You Mongolians have a lot of assets, but even if you add all your troops, Temujin's Chieshui army, the other princes' armies, and the servants' armies, you won't even have 1,000,000. Who are you trying to scare? Su Liewu thought to himself, I told you to massacre the Western Xia, and you're telling me if there's 1,000,000 or not. Was this a King million thing? He was about to explode when he remembered that he had lost all the experts he had brought with him, and that the enemy also had someone like Ouyang Feng, the Western poison. Besides, this was the Western Xia, and he would be at a disadvantage if he caused trouble here. So, he could only snort and leave with a gloomy face. Su Liewu left in anger, but Wanyan Zhongjie couldn't be happy. He looked in the direction of the inner hall and pouted. When I get back, I'll also hold a matchmaking convention. Since the prince had been chosen, the others all left dejectedly with the paintings. Only Shui Baochai stood there for a long time, as if she had not lost her soul. The maid Xiao Lei quickly came back with a note. Miss Shui, young Master Jia gave this to you. Shui Baochai shivered and quickly opened the note. It said, Sister Bao, they want me to stay in the palace to meet the old princess, the empress, and the others. You should go back first. Take care. Song Qingshu was pretending to be Jia Baoyu, so he must have practiced his handwriting. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal any flaws. Shui Baochai felt a sweetness in her throat, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Southern Song's companions hurried to support her, and Xiao Lei quickly found an imperial doctor to treat her. I didn't expect this woman to be so infatuated with you, Li Qinglu couldn't help but say from the dark. Not to me, but to her childhood sweetheart. Song Qingshu's figure moved slightly. He was about to go out and investigate, but he hesitated. There was nothing to say in this situation, so he stopped. Fortunately, the imperial doctor had checked that it was just a side effect of breathing. It wasn't anything serious, and she would be fine after a good rest. Xiao Lei had originally asked the palace maids to carry her to a room in the palace to rest, but Xue Baochai slowly woke up. She didn't want to stay in the palace anymore and struggled to go back. Xiao Lei had to arrange a carriage to escort her back. When Hu Qingtong, Galdan, and the others arrived at the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic mission to congratulate Jia Baoyu on becoming the emperor's son-in-law, they were shocked to find that the atmosphere of the entire embassy was very strange. Xue Baochai, who had been in charge, was nowhere to be seen, and no joy could be seen on the faces of the others. The Lu brothers and Qiu Tongfu naturally didn't need to be mentioned. They had always looked down on the ignorant and incompetent Jia Baoyu, but in the end, they didn't manage to get anything out of it. Instead, Jia Baoyu took advantage of them. Naturally, they were extremely displeased. Even Xue Pan, who was usually on good terms with Jia Baoyu, couldn't feel happy. After all, Jia Baoyu had always treated Xue Pan as his brother-in-law. But now, he had married another woman. What was going on? Hu Qingtong and the rest noticed the strange atmosphere. After staying for a while, they felt extremely uncomfortable and hurriedly left. The yellow-robed girl had just returned from sending off the princess of Jincheng. When she noticed this scene, she hurriedly grabbed Xue Pan and asked him what was going on. When she heard that Jia Baoyu had been chosen as the emperor's son-in-law, she was immediately flustered. Is the Xixia princess blind? Xue Pan was immediately dissatisfied. Baoyu's talent and appearance are the best of the best. How is he bad? Moreover, my younger sister has a good impression of him. Is she blind as well? The yellow-robed girl couldn't be bothered with him. She directly asked, "Where is Miss Xue?" Xue Pan pouted in a certain direction. She locked herself in her room after returning from the palace. Before he could finish, he realized that the other party was nowhere to be seen. The yellow-robed girl came to Xue Baochai's room and called out a few times from outside. She then pushed the door open and walked in. She found the other party leaning on the table in a daze. "Baochai, I've heard about the matter. You have to be more open-minded." The yellow-robed girl sighed and asked what love was in the world. "Sister Yang, you're back." Xue Baochai's eyes lit up when she saw the yellow-robed girl. "How can I be open-minded? I was the one who personally escorted him to the marriage contest. I even gave him advice along the way. Who would have thought that I would really push him into the arms of another woman?" The yellow-robed girl walked over and kissed her hand. "In fact, Baoyu isn't a good match. You can just get out of it. Why not?" Xue Baochai shook her head. "I grew up with Baoyu. You won't understand this kind of feeling." Her tears fell as she spoke. The yellow-robed girl saw that Xue Baochai was getting sadder and sadder. She was worried that Xue Baochai would do something stupid. She changed her method of persuasion. "Don't you feel that there's something strange about this marriage contest in Xixia?" "What do you mean?" Xue Baochai looked puzzled. The yellow-robed girl said, "You grew up with Jia Baoyu. Of course you know how good he is. But the Xixia princess doesn't know him. Why did she choose him among so many young talents? You should know very well that there are many people who are more handsome and powerful than him in this marriage contest. But Baoyu won the first place in the wushu test after all, and his answers in the written test also suit the princess." Xue Baochai answered subconsciously. The yellow-robed girl rolled her eyes. "Others don't know that he won the first place in the wushu test, but don't you? There are so many spies in the Class 1 hall watching the arena. It's impossible for the Xixia princess not to know what happened to the first place. But in the end, she still chose Jia Baoyu, who is neither good in literature nor in martial arts. The motive behind it is very suspicious." "So you mean they are going to harm Baoyu?" Hearing that Baoyu might be in danger, Xue Baochai immediately sat up straight. The yellow-robed girl shook her head. "This is also the thing I can't figure out. I don't understand why the Xixia princess would choose him as the son-in-law. If Jia Sherdao was still in power, it would be understandable. But now, Xue Baochai suddenly stood up. No, I have to go see Baoyu. I'm afraid he is in danger. The yellow-robed girl was shocked. But he is in the palace now. Xue Baochai shook her head. No, my eyelids have been twitching. I have to see him to be at ease. The yellow-robed girl hesitated for a while. Seeing that Xue Baochai had made up her mind, she was worried that something might happen to her. So, she said, I'll go with you. Thank you. Xue Baochai didn't refuse. Although her martial arts were not weak, she was not sure if she could break into the palace. With the yellow-robed girl looking after her, she would feel much more at ease. After the discussion, the two sneaked out of the hostel quietly. After all, breaking into the palace at night was something that could not be seen. If they were not careful, they could easily cause a diplomatic incident. So, they didn't dare to alarm anyone. Chapter 2269. Aren't you afraid of criticism if you leave him in the palace right after choosing your son-in-law? Song Qingshu pinched her cheeks. Although she had an oval face, she was still a young girl full of collagen. We don't have as many formalities as the Southern Song dynasty. If you like him, you can be together. Moreover, we control the court. Who dares to say anything? Li Qinglu twisted her body. Obviously, she felt a little itchy on her face. That's true. Song Qingshu remembered that Menggu and the demigods and semi-devils had also asked Xuzhu to stay that day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, if it weren't for me, who would you choose today? What do you think of Xuzhu? I would probably choose Suliwu. There must be many people in our country who would be happy to arrange a marriage with the powerful Mongolia. Li Qinglu frowned. Xuzhu? That fake monk? He's so ugly. Wouldn't I be blind to choose him? His appearance is indeed a bit ordinary. Song Qingshu suddenly felt relieved. In the original work, the plot between the princess of Xixia and Xuzhu was very illogical. Did the princess fall in love with him just because they had sex? Instead of taking revenge on the man who had humiliated her, she deliberately chose a husband for him? It should be known that the princess of Xixia was not a noble lady in the Southern Song dynasty who paid attention to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Moreover, she was Li Qiushui's granddaughter. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. While the two were being intimate, a palace maid suddenly announced from outside. Li Qinglu hurriedly sat up straight in his arms and said with a smile, Last time, she gave way to me. Today I will give you to her. Song Qingshu couldn't help but complain, Why do I feel like I've become Tang Seng? What Tang Seng? Mu Wanqing happened to come in and heard it. She was confused. It's the story of Tang Seng and a group of beautiful female demons. Song Qingshu roughly told her. The more he spoke, the more strange his expression became. Why did I feel like I was talking about Jin Ping Mei in A Good Journey to the West? This Xuanzang is really heartless. He has wasted so many women's infatuation with him. Mu Wanqing snorted coldly. Li Qinglu's focus was on something else. She smiled and said, If I really eat Tang Seng's meat, I can guarantee that I will eat it every day. Brother Song, you are my Tang Seng's meat. It just so happens that you have become the emperor's son-in-law. For the time being, stay in the palace and serve us. At the side, Mu Wanqing's face turned red and she spat, You want to be a seductress, but I don't. Song Qingshu replied, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here for long. This time, Su Lai has lost face, so the Mongolians will definitely make a big move. If my guess is correct, within 3 months to half a year, the Mongolians will invade. I need to prepare for a rainy day and contact the various allied armies. Everyone in the world thought that the Western Xia dynasty's groom selection was held for Su Liu. Now that the emperor's son-in-law had chosen someone else, How could Su Liewu and the Mongolians find a way out of this embarrassing situation? Moreover, the Mongolians had almost completed their western expedition. Now their attention had turned to the Central Plains, and they were worried about not having an excuse to send troops. This time, the Western Xia dynasty's groom selection gave them a justifiable opportunity to send troops. Of course, Song Qinshu did not regret it. If he could not even protect his own woman, how could he stand in this world? Moreover, there would be a battle with the Mongolians sooner or later. Even if they did not fight this time, they would find another excuse to invade. Are you leaving again? Mu Wanqing suddenly felt a little disappointed. They had always been apart more than together. Li Qinglu, who was at the side, snorted. I think he just can't let go of that Mongolian princess, so he's looking for an excuse to see her. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He said, I think he just can't let go of that Mongolian princess, so he's looking for an excuse to see her. All right. From the 3 questions you answered, I can tell what kind of womanizer you are. Li Qinglu wrinkled her nose. Take advantage of the time, you still have to accompany Sister Mu. As she spoke, she pushed Mu Wanqing into his arms. Mu Wanqing fell into Song Qingshu's arms. She cried out in surprise and said angrily, Why are you dragging me into this again? Li Qinglu said with a smile, Last time you gave her to me, so I can't take everything for myself. Today, I'll give my wedding night to you. After saying that, she left in high spirits. When she left, she did not forget to thoughtfully close the door for them. There were only the 2 of them left in the room. Mu Wanqing's pretty face immediately turned red. This girl is getting crazier and crazier. How can there be a wedding night on the first day of the groom selection? Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and whispered in her ear, In any case, I just want a beautiful bride to consummate our marriage. I don't care who comes. Mu Wanqing's body immediately softened. She had been with him for a long time, so she naturally knew his nature. Of course you can't wait for someone else to come. While the 2 of them were being intimate in the room, a guard's noisy voice suddenly came from the palace. There's an assassin. Mu Wanqing immediately sat up straight, revealing her perfect and flawless upper body. There's an assassin in the palace? Song Qingshu pulled her back again. Who cares whether it's an assassin or not? There's an elite from Class 1 hall here anyway. You're so annoying. Mu Wanqing pouted coquettishly. No one knew what she had encountered, but she moaned and could no longer speak. After a while, Song Qingshu suddenly stood up and sneered. I didn't expect that an assassin would be able to sneak his way here. As he spoke, he raised his hand. His good time had been interrupted, and he did not intend to show mercy. At that moment, a soft voice came from outside the door. Bao Yu, are you there? Song Qingshu was stunned and instinctively put his hand away. Why is she here? Who is it? Mu Wanqing asked as she put on her clothes. Shui Baochai. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. She even found her way here? Mu Wanqing was shocked. She had already heard about her from Li Qinglu, and could not help but feel a little jealous. I'll kill her with 1 arrow. But when she raised her hand, she realized that her arm was bare. She had not put on her clothes properly, so there was no poison sleeve dart. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Song Qingshu said to Mu Wanqing, Hide for a while. It's not good if she sees you. The palace is my territory. Why should I hide? Mu Wanqing snorted. But even though she said that, she did not want others to see her current appearance. She hastily packed up her clothes and jogged to the back of the screen at the side. Just as she hid, a beautiful figure jumped in from the window. Bao Yu, you're really here. In that instant, Song Qingshu had put on Jia Baoyu's mask again. He pretended to be surprised and greeted her. Sister Bao, why are you here? Isn't it? Shui Baochai suddenly blushed. I'm worried about you. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Of course not. They even took out their most precious thing to entertain me. Mu Wanqing, who was behind the screen, secretly spat. She thought that Song Qingshu was really annoying. The most precious thing in the entire palace was her, the empress. The most precious thing? Xue Baochai was stunned. She did not understand what he was talking about. At this time, Li Qiushui's cold voice suddenly sounded in the palace. You dare to break into the palace at night. Do you think there's no one in Xixia? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.